The Tag on the Key. Book 1. The Plan. Chapter 1. Intro. There is a plan and there is a planner. There is a time and a timekeeper. There is the setting of the table and there is the eating of the meal. The people think. The people speak. They do what they may do. All this occurs as the planner plans and keeps the time till the table is set and the invited guests come to dine. Our existence, so fragile and delicate, like paper, instantly crumbles and burns. Life is a parchment upon which God writes. Our story is His story. It is so precious to Him that He takes it out to read and to reread over and over again. Chapter 2. Birth. Hartford, Connecticut. Approximately 10 years after the war. I was taken from the birth table to the arms of my adoptive parents. They were Holocaust survivors. I was visually impaired. My mother told me about the Holocaust and the adoption shortly after I learned to speak. My visual impairment presented itself at an even earlier age. It has been a lifelong companion to me. My mother and father somehow survived the Warsaw Ghetto uprising and the Holocaust. They were married in the Warsaw Ghetto. My mother aged 16, my father 27. A child was born to them there in the Warsaw Ghetto. I was told by my father that his name was Mordechai, after my father's father. He died of malnutrition after a short time. My parents were separated at the Majdanek concentration camp and were reunited after the war. They settled in the United States and desperately wanted to have children. After many failed attempts to have their own children, they decided to adopt a child. I was that child. 2 years later, my sister, Rivka, was born to them. At age 4, I asked my mother why my sister and I didn't have grandparents, as the other children we knew did. My mother told me then about Hitler. May his name be erased. She continued to tell me about the Holocaust. From her, at that young age, I discovered that this bad man killed everyone in her family, with the exception of her cousin Paula, whom I called Nana. On my father's side, the only family left was Isaac, his brother, who left Poland some years before the war. It was not long after this that my mother let me know about the adoption. She told me that she was not my birth mother and that my birth mother was not able to care for me. I was a special gift to her and my father. When I was young, I knew children who were adopted. I also knew children of survivors. There were not many children who were in both groups, and even less with a visual impairment. I felt different. Sometimes I felt alone. Being adopted was both a blessing and a curse. To me, it seems that adoptive parents really do love and want the children they receive, and mine endeavored to afford me every opportunity for a good life. Still, there are questions that continuously tear at the heart of an adopted child. The adopted child may ask himself, where did I come from? How do I fit in? And of course, why didn't they want me? Children of survivors have an enormous weight on their shoulders. Our parents knew the unforgiving reality of life and death, and we learned from them to see the world as a frightening place of imminent peril, where it was forbidden to be afraid. I recall sitting on a cool stone on a hot day in the summertime. I was in the shade under a willow tree by a brook, listening to the sound of the water running by gently, softly. I recall imagining a time and place where I would never have to be afraid. I was 6 years old. This is not poetry. It is meant to be taken literally. It really happened. I am sure that the place still exists, although I haven't been there in many years. I still do go there in my mind, and it puts me at ease. We were so young, and yet death and fear were so real to us. There was a discussion between us kids at a family get-together. In this particular scenario, the Germans came to the house demanding one family member who was to be killed. The question was, who would it be? And also, who would make the decision? We were about 8 years old. I shiver at the conclusion that was reached. One boy stood up and said that father would be killed, even though mother would cry and beg him not to go. And that was because father will always have the last word. That was how we played at 8 years old. Sharing the perspectives of the adopted child and the survivor child, along with the challenge of visual impairment, made me feel strangely lonely. Chapter 3, a note. In deference to the reader, let it be known that I will be inviting people to this story who have played important roles in it. This is not done in a strictly chronological order. Bear in mind that life does not always present itself in strict chronological order. Consider it. I wish to introduce two very special people. Please meet Edna and Irving Post. Chapter 4, Irving and Edna. Irving and Edna were close friends of our family. It was from them that I heard these two stories. Irving took me aside and said, "Listen to me. I'm going to tell you something." He then told me a story about a father bird flying with babies on the wings. When it became too difficult to fly, the father bird decided to push the baby birds off. As the babies were being pushed off, one cried out, "Don't push me off." The father pushed him off anyway. The next baby said, "Don't push me off. When you are old, I will help you." "Liar," said the father, and pushed him off the wing. The last baby did not cry, so the father said, "What will you do for me if I don't push you off?" The baby replied, "I can't promise you anything, Father. If I survive this, I will have my own children to take care of one day, and I'm not sure that I will be able to help you." The father bird carried this one safely to his destination. From Edna, I heard the following story. Edna told me that when she was a little girl, her family lived in a town in Poland. Her father, who was rich and important, built a magnificent brick house on the corner of the two main streets of the town. They moved into the house in 1939, which was the year that the Germans invaded Poland. When the Germans saw this beautiful house, they decided to take it for their headquarters. An officer knocked on the door and announced that they were taking over and that the family had 10 minutes to take whatever they wanted from the house and leave. Edna told me that her mother, who was boiling water for tea, was so shocked by the orders that when 10 minutes passed, she was still holding the teapot in her hands. Edna's father owned a factory that made mattresses. It was close by, so they went there, and that became their new home. Edna would come back to the old house each day, just to look at it. She told me that she was a little girl in those days, when this story takes place. A German soldier stood at all times in front of the entrance to the house. When he saw her, he smiled and offered her a candy. She took it, and so commenced a daily routine. She would venture out of the mattress factory in the morning to look at the old house and get a candy from the German soldier. One day, the Nazis arrested the rabbi of the town, and his followers were in a frenzy. Since Edna's father was the most important and influential Jew in town, they naturally appealed to him for assistance. The Hasidim, as the followers of the rabbi were called, reasoned that since the Germans were sitting in his house, perhaps there was a chance that he might possibly approach them and ask to arrange for the rabbi's release. However, her father had to refuse them. His reasoning was that too much risk was involved, for indeed many people depended upon him, and if he were to be imprisoned, no one would benefit. The Hasidim persisted, and suddenly one of them came up with a novel idea. It had been observed that Edna was friendly with the guard. Now it was suggested that perhaps she could hand the guard a note requesting the rabbi's release. They approached Edna, and she readily agreed to go the next morning. As she approached the house, she passed the guard without so much as a word, opened the door, and strode boldly into the commandant's office. She focused the commandant's attention with a loud clap of her small hand on his desk. Then she began to speak unflinchingly in a voice of authority. Standing erect and serious, she declared to the seated commandant, "You have arrested the rabbi, and he has done nothing wrong. He is innocent. Let him go now." Having delivered her message, she turned and walked out of the house, never to return again. The commandant was so startled with this display of pure courage by a little girl that he issued orders for the rabbi's immediate release. Upon hearing the details of his release, the rabbi wasted no time. He hurried to the factory to express his deepest gratitude to this young girl, and he blessed Edna with long life. She was the only member of her family to survive the war. When I heard this story, I was sitting with Edna in her house. It was a brick house on a corner. Irving's story I have never really figured out, but I am sure that there is some deeper meaning to it. With Edna's story, on the other hand, the meaning to me is clear. Edna was never one for public speaking or issuing orders to commandants. She was a quiet, soft-spoken, almost timid person with a lot of compassion and empathy for others. She overcame her fear and took a great risk to stand up for the rabbi and to secure his release. She indeed taught me a lesson in courage, and it is also a great lesson in faith. Chapter 5, The Old Days. My father grew up in Warsaw, the son of a long line of bakers. He was a hard worker, loved sports and music, but, in his own words, was not much for school. My grandfather, in addition to being a baker, was a Baal Tefillah, who led the prayers in the synagogue, or shul as it was called. The Polish hatred of the Jews was a tradition long held. It persisted in Poland for centuries, and despite current efforts to deny this, it continues right up to this very day. My father would deliver bread to the customers in the evening. The Polish boys would routinely try to shake him down for the money he collected. Once there was a Polish boy who threatened my father and demanded that he hand over the money. My father punched the Polish boy hard in the jaw and broke his teeth. Later on, the parents of the boy came to my grandfather's house demanding payment for dental bills. Obviously, my grandfather refused. It happened that 2 weeks later, my father woke up in a back alley. He had a large bump on the back of his head. Warsaw was the center of the Jewish world at the time. All the holidays were observed publicly, and there were thriving Jewish institutions such as synagogues and yeshivas. Jewish scholarship was at a very high level. My father told me that on Friday nights, there were crowds outside of many houses in which the rabbis would speak. Many people would gather inside these houses and listen to the rabbis as they would expound upon subjects of Torah law and scholarship. As the people inside listened, crowds would stand outside for hours, hoping to hear whatever they could. My father told me that once he listened to a rabbi in one of the houses, and he was absolutely spellbound. It was so many years afterward, but he did remember something that he heard there, and he shared it with me. My father heard the rabbi give an explanation on the meaning of the Hebrew word mazal. The word is often translated into English to mean luck, as in mazal tov, or good luck. The word mazal is made up of 3 letters, mem, zayin, and lamed. Each of these letters in turn stands for a specific word. These 3 letters stand for makom, which means place, ziman, which means time, and lomdus, which means scholarship. So, the meaning of the word mazal, the rabbi continued, is that mazal, or luck, is comprised of these 3 aspects and is dependent upon them all. If a person is in the right place and it is the right time, he still must apply his scholarship to the situation at hand. Only then will he be lucky. My father told me that he thought that this rabbi was the smartest man in the world. The rabbi just kept on speaking for hours. He had enlightening words on all manner of topics. This was the only teaching of this rabbi that my father shared with me. And sadly, he didn't even tell me the name of the rabbi. He told me of the incredible respect that the people gave the rabbis. As previously mentioned, there were large crowds outside of the houses or the synagogues where the rabbis would speak. The street was so packed with people that it was impossible for anyone to move. However, when the rabbi left the house, the crowd split before him like the Red Sea, leaving him a clear path to walk. There was also opera and the Jewish theater. Do you recall the play A Fiddler on the Roof? It was originally a Yiddish show that played in Warsaw Jewish theater. Many entertainers would come to Warsaw, and there were street circuses as well. Once, my father told me about a man who called himself the second Samson, who would do feats of strength for people in the street. He told me that once he saw that man restrain 2 horses while they pulled in opposite directions. There was an Eruv around Warsaw. The Eruv can be described as an agreement between people, or a legal instrument, where, under Jewish religious law, it becomes possible to mix private and public domains into a common domain. This, in effect, turns much of the public domain into a private domain. That can be quite useful when it comes to the observance of the Jewish Sabbath. On the Sabbath, Jews are forbidden to carry anything out of a private domain and into a public domain, or vice versa. For example, one is forbidden to carry anything out of his house into the street, and from there to his friend's house. By means of the Eruv, the Sabbath-observing Jew is able to legally carry between 2 domains. Part of the Sabbath observance is the prohibition against cooking. However, it is considered a good deed to eat hot food in honor of the Sabbath. In order to do this, it must be fully or mostly cooked and left on a fire prior to the commencement of the Sabbath. It was not commonplace for people to have ovens in their houses in those days. My father's bakery, needless to say, did have an oven, and it was a large one. Most families would prepare a potted stew for the Sabbaths, which is called cholent. The people would rent space in my father's oven and keep their pots of cholent in his oven for the daytime meal. They would bring their pot before the beginning of the Sabbath, and they would affix to the pot a paper name tag. After morning prayers, they would stop by the bakery and bring home their hot pot of cholent. Many people had the same type of pot, and often the names would be illegible due to the heat in the oven. My father told me that there would be disputes every Sabbath as householders tried to find their pot and the name was no longer visible. They would look into a pot they thought looked like theirs. If the contents of the pot appeared to be very tasty, people would naturally think that this was theirs and start taking it home. The resulting fights were legendary. Chapter 6, Fatherly Ethics. My father told me a story about my grandfather Mordechai. It took place when my grandfather was very sick and was lying in bed. My father was asked to go get his uncle Avraham, who was my grandfather Mordechai's brother-in-law, and with whom my grandfather had not been on speaking terms for many years. When Uncle Avraham arrived, my grandfather made peace with him. And after the uncle left the house, my grandfather got out of bed, kissed the mezuzahs, the sacred parchments that are affixed to the doorposts in a Jewish house. Then he got back into bed, closed his eyes, and died. My father used to say, "The worst peace is better than the best war." My father used to say that in business, you need to watch every penny. But when the time for spending comes, open your wallet and don't be afraid to spend the money. He was fond of the quotation of the sage Hillel, who said, "If I am not for myself, who will be for me?" My father was also fond of quoting King Solomon in Proverbs, who said, "From all of my teachers, I grew enlightened." He used to say, from time to time, life is short, so don't be a schmuck. Once my father invited all of his bakers, most of whom were not Jewish, to dinner in our house. As they were seated around the table enjoying the meal, he said, "As for me, I'm glad. I was lucky to go to the concentration camp. I have a friend who ran away to the Russians, and he wound up in Ukraine. He really suffered." On one such occasion, he told his non-Jewish bakers in my presence, "If I only had the strength at the end of the war and a machine gun, I would have killed all of my oppressors." The main thing that I remember him saying is, "Es ist gut zu sein a Yid." In English, that means, it is good to be a Jew. Chapter 7, Early School Years. School had its ups and downs for me. I learned to read at an early age and really enjoyed it. I spent a lot of time reading and did pretty well in school. I couldn't see the blackboard much of the time, but I was always able to keep up and do well without any real effort. I actually liked the extra questions on the tests because I found them to be challenging, and it was a welcome change. I was interested in everything. Sports were difficult for me, especially ball games. I was always the last one to be picked for them. I couldn't see the ball coming until it was too late. nobody wanted me on their team. I remember that once there was a girl who was a team captain. When she realized that she was going to have me on her team, she started to scream about how every team that I was on lost, and she didn't want me on her team. I felt really bad about it, and I didn't want the others to see that I was going to cry, so I started to walk away as if nothing happened. My friends on the other team told the girl that they would trade someone else for me, and I was called back to join the team. I recently heard that girl's name mentioned after so many years, and it still hurt. There was a boy on the playground at our school who went around calling people dirty Jews. I told him that I was Jewish and that I was proud of it, and that if he did not stop, there would be a fight after school. He clobbered me. I was so ashamed I went home crying. I was, nonetheless, ready to get clobbered again the next day as well. This time, however, my friends, one of whom happened to be of Arab descent, came to my rescue. I would be in 2 or 3 fights a year with Jew haters, with a varying degree of success. I won a few, I lost a few. It didn't really matter if I won or lost the fight. The main thing was to show them that I was proud to be Jewish. Although I was happy to win the fight sometimes, it didn't hurt so much to be beaten up for being Jewish. It was a way of proving myself worthy of being in my family. Jewish kids often went to Hebrew school in the afternoon after public school let out. Most of us really hated it. I was no exception. However, in addition to the demands on my time, I was not very fond of the rabbi. Believe me, the feelings were mutual. I don't know what it was about him, but we never got along. I was quite determined at that point to have nothing to do with the Jewish religion, or any other religion for that matter. I was, however, still fiercely proud to be Jewish. My mother let me know that we were a family of heroes. I was the son of heroes. They stood up to the Nazis. They stood up in Warsaw, and they stood up in the camps. I could always hold my head up high because of that. Chapter 8, New York. While my sister and I were still young, I was perhaps 8 years old, my mother took us to New York City. We planned to see the sights, ferry boat ride, Statue of Liberty, the United Nations, etc. While we were in the city, we stayed at the apartment of my Uncle Isaac and Aunt Alice, which was located in the borough of Queens. On our way back to the apartment at the end of the day, we went into a subway station, and an old lady fell down the stairs. She smashed the back of her head pretty hard. It was bleeding profusely. The poor old lady could not move. It was like she was dying, to me anyway. In the meantime, the blood came gushing out of the back of her head, and there was a small puddle of blood on the steps. I remember my mother taking a white handkerchief from her purse to stop the bleeding. It didn't stay white for long. I can still see it. My mother had a special tone of voice that conveyed the meaning of, This is the way it's going to be. That voice was now informing me that we were going to stay there until there was an acceptable resolution on my mother's terms, of course. She told me quite clearly that we were going to stay right there until a doctor or ambulance arrived to take care of our old lady. I still remember my mother asking people to call an ambulance or a doctor, and the people just walked by. No one was willing to stop. Finally, my mother got the attention of a janitor who somehow got someone to call an ambulance. The lady thanked my mother with a weak voice as she was being carried on a stretcher to the ambulance. And we went on to the apartment of Uncle Isaac. He screamed at my mother for coming so late. He said that you never know what could happen in the city, and it was very irresponsible. I guess he was scared. Say what you will. The ferry, the statue, and the UN building are all faded memories. But my mother's character, now that was a sight to see. I did not find it difficult to believe that she was indeed a true hero. Chapter 9, Bakery Business. My father used to hire the most interesting people to work in the bakery. There was a high school kid, and his name was Gino. His father died, and he was the oldest in the family. He didn't know anything about baking, but my father started him off as a porter, which was a menial position. He would carry 100-pound bags of flour from a basement storeroom to the bakery upstairs. He would wash all of the pots in the big mixing bowls. At the end of baking each day, he would get down on his hands and knees and scrape the floors clean. It was not so easy, and it didn't pay much, but my father told him to keep working and pay attention. Gino could fix things. That was a plus. He could break things too. Once, somebody parked a car right in front of the main entrance to the store. My father called the police, and he was informed by them that they would not be able to do anything in this matter. They told him that they had no jurisdiction there because it was private property. "No police?" my father said. "Okay, Gino, take care of it." Gino hammered one nail into each of the car's 4 tires. We never had that problem again. My father gave Gino a raise because he was a hard worker and didn't complain so much when my father would bum cigarettes off of him. I remember that Gino used to hide his cigarettes in the freezer so that my father wouldn't find them. I did find them, but that's another story. My father arranged for one of the cake decorators to show Gino the ropes. He learned really fast, and he was good. He could spin off birthday cakes and wedding cakes like clockwork. He made his own designs eventually, and he was very good at writing inscriptions on cakes. This made everything that much more special. Gino got drafted into the army. We were under the impression that the only writing he could do was on cakes. We were quite surprised and pleased to get a postcard from him while he was at Fort Dix. After the army, he came back to work for us. He was a man who had a trade and could work in any bakery. He got married and he bought a house. One day Gino told me, Sure, I worked hard, but your father gave me a break, and I owe it all to him. Now, my father didn't really care who anybody was, ethnically. He gave everyone respect, initially at least. My father hired this fellow named Emil, who was a German drunkard. Emil was strong as an ox, but not as smart as one. My father hired Emil because of his physical strength, no other reason. Emil was homeless, so he unofficially slept in the basement of the bakery on the flour sacks. He was strong, not very smart, and not very clean. He had bleeding hemorrhoids. In the bakery, we wore white clothing, white pants. Emil always had a dark spot on the back of his pants. He was not the kind of guy that you would want to bring home for dinner. My father decided to give this wonder of a man a chance, until one day Emil had too much to drink and started cursing the Jews and saying that they should have all been killed. Well, my father said to him calmly, "Is that so?" The next thing anybody knew, Emil's face was in the flour bin. My father was not finished with him yet, and inquired of the German, "Emil, what did you say about the Jews? I didn't hear you." My father socked Emil so hard in the gut that his jaw dropped. My father then stuffed some handfuls of flour down Emil's throat just to make sure. Emil started to cough uncontrollably. Clouds of flour dust began to erupt from his mouth. "Emil," my father said, "I told you, we do not allow smoking in the bakery." All the workers were laughing and practically rolling on the floor, but my father held up his hands for quiet and announced, "Now, if everyone will be quiet, please. This is a business here, and I think Emil needs to get some sleep. Who can work overtime to make up his hours? You need to let me know now. In the meantime, Emil, go to sleep." My father never fired Emil, but he left on his own after a few days. Then there was Freddie, the Indian. Yes, he was a real Indian, and he was an unbelievably powerful mountain of an alcoholic man. I remember watching with fascination and amazement the way that he worked. He could carry 2 100-pound sacks of flour at once. One sack he lifted up and placed on his right shoulder, and the other he would place on his left shoulder. He would carry them up 14 steep steps from the basement and go back down and get 2 more, and 2 more. He used to sign his check with an X. After work, he'd go to the package store and get a bottle of whiskey, which he would soon finish off. Then he would go to sleep in the back of his pickup truck. He never made any trouble, but one day he told my father, "Thanks a lot, but I gotta go." My father figured that this was his way of asking for a raise and offered him a raise. But Freddie the Indian shrugged his big shoulders and said, "No, it's been good, but I just gotta go." My father shrugged his own shoulders and said, "Okay, so go." We never saw Freddie again. My father always tried to keep prices stable. He reasoned that once you raise prices, customers get eyes and legs and wind up buying from someone else. He told me that sometimes he would make more money through buying than he could in selling. Commodities such as flour, sugar, and oil that were always needed and that would not quickly become spoiled, he would start to buy in larger quantity at a lower price. He let the supplier increase his profit margin and not the customer. Also, there were the hermits. In the food business, you can never be sure about the right amount to make. If you make too little, you'll lose the sale. If you make too much, it's no longer fresh, so you can't sell it anymore. So all the cookies that were a day old, he would sell at half price. After that time, there was a container that looked like a plastic garbage can into which all unsold cookies would go. When it got full, he would mix in lots of ginger and nutmeg and make gingerbread squares called hermits. 1 dozen sold for 39 cents. And for a penny more, you could get the second dozen. They always bought 2 dozen. I had a friend who worked in the gas station, which was located not far from the bakery. He would tell us about Sunday morning business at the gas station. People would come out of church and go to the station to fill up. My friend would remark to me about the fact that on almost every car's front seat, there was a bag of rye bread from our bakery. One of the biggest bagel bakers of all time, Murray Lender, told me personally that he once tried to sell his bagels to my father, but he had no success. So I asked my father, why didn't you buy from Lender? His answer was simple. It didn't pay. He only needed 900 bagels a week, and he could make them cheaper himself. My father could really make bagels. I used to help him on the day that we made bagels. We were all able to make 1 bagel at a time, but my father would make 2 at a time, faster and more uniformly, by hand. Incidentally, everybody said that my father's bagels tasted better too. Despite my father's technical expertise and business acumen, my mother was the real brains behind the business. The smartest thing that my father did in business was to listen to her. My father originally wanted to start a bakery in the suburbs with a standard line of baked goods. His reasoning was straightforward. He said that the people in Connecticut were Yankees and they liked what they were used to. So, let's give them what they know and what they like. My mother's reasoning was that people always like something new and different as long as it's good. He listened to her, and she was right. White bread and rolls sold a little, but rye bread, pumpernickel, bagels, challah, and bialys were an absolute hit. They sold out almost every day. My mother would hire the salespeople in the store. There were a couple of married women who stayed with us all the years and were fiercely loyal to our family. The high school girls would work for a year or maybe 2. Some of those girls actually married guys who worked in the bakery. My mother told me once that she was looking for a character in a new girl. When a girl would apply for a job, she would sometimes ask the applicant, "When do you think you'll be able to start?" If they replied right away, my mother would ask, "What about your current employer? Don't you need to give them notice?" If they made some remark indicating a lack of respect for their current employer, such as, "I don't need to give them notice," my mother's response would be, "Wait till you hear from me." She told me that you must always be considerate of other people, no matter who they are. You must always give people respect. I remember the business was doing well, and they had a little bit saved up for a down payment on an apartment building. They succeeded in finding a moderately priced building in Hartford. The mortgage was sky high, but it was their in to the real estate market. A few months into the venture, people moved out, and the building was half vacant. No one called up to see the apartments for rent. The mortgage was coming due, and this situation could not continue much longer. They were operating on a shoestring. Then, my mother hit on an idea. She took out an ad in the paper that read, "Apartments for rent. First month free with contract." The place filled up in a month. My mother was always on the lookout for who needed a job and who needed workers. If she didn't have an opening in the bakery, she would ask someone else with a business if they needed someone. That was just how it went. If you knew someone and they needed a job, you turn over all the stones until you find one that fits. I remember once my friend was looking for a summer job. The man that my friend had worked for the previous year told my friend that they didn't need anybody at the moment. My mother found out about this and told my friend, "Did you know that his son married a girl who is a teacher? I called your father, and your father found his daughter-in-law a job in the school system. Did you know that? I'm going to give him a piece of my mind." The nerve! "Don't worry, I will talk to him." The next day, the former boss called my friend and informed him that if he was still interested, there was now an opening on 9 to 5. Chapter 10, 6-Day War. My father and mother loved Israel and Israelis. They took a trip to Israel in 1966 and came back highly inspired. We were always active in the efforts to free the Jews of the Soviet Union. My mother was for many years the main fundraiser for Israel bonds in our area. She received many awards and honors for her work, but always shrugged it off as something she had to do. She was doing it for herself. The world stood idly by watching as the Jews of Europe were annihilated. Now, she would not be silent in the face of any threat to Israel or to Jews anywhere else in the world. The Six-Day War in June 1967 was a momentous event in our family. We lived close to the school, and I was allowed to come home to eat lunch. We had a big radio on the kitchen table, and my mother and I would listen to the news of the war. At the beginning of the war, we were naturally quite concerned, if not worried. Israel was vastly outnumbered and outgunned. Nasser promised to drive the Jews into the sea. In our family, we believed that he really meant it. Fearing the worst, many foreign nationals were being evacuated from Israel. Every day, we would listen to the radio, hoping to hear some encouraging reports. Then, the war started suddenly. The Arab countries were caught off guard, as was the rest of the world. Israel destroyed the Egyptian Air Force. Before the planes could take off, they were blown up. My mother took a bus one day in the middle of the war and went to Washington, D.C. to implore the American government to give all possible support to Israel. For my part, I wrote a letter to the President of the United States, urging him to do everything in his power to help Israel. I actually did get a letter from LBJ, but the war was already over. Israel destroyed the air force of the Syrians. The Syrians were perched on top of the Golan Heights, and from that vantage point would wreak havoc on the Jewish farming settlements below. In a daring move, the Israel Defense Forces stormed the Golan Heights and captured it in a decisive and again surprising victory. This gave the settlements of the Galilee a feeling of security that was unknown till this time. Now we were on top of the heights. In the south, Israeli tanks and air support drove Egyptian forces from the Sinai Peninsula, stopping at the Suez Canal. On the TV, there were pictures of footprints in the desert sand that were going in all directions. They showed piles of Egyptian army boots that littered the desert floor. The Egyptian infantry abandoned them in order to run away faster in the sand as the Israeli forces steadily advanced. The Jordanians attacked and were repulsed. Following that, Israel advanced into the ancestral Jewish territories of Judea and Samaria. Nablus, known in Hebrew as Shechem, Bethlehem, and Hebron were now in Israeli hands. Then, the unbelievable happened. Israeli soldiers took over the old city of Jerusalem and the Temple Mount. It was announced, "The Temple Mount is in our hands." This was clearly miraculous. On the day that Jerusalem was recaptured, my mother exclaimed, "They will never pick on us again." As for me, I decided that one day I would move to Israel. Chapter 11. Mother's Lessons. My mother used to say, in life you have to know what to keep and what to throw away. She would say, if you want it, pretend you have it already. She would also say, don't take no for an answer. She said that you need to work hard for your money, and when you get it, let it work for you. She said that if you find one friend in life, that's a lot. She had a saying that if they need him, they will cut a convict down from the gallows. She liked to say that according to the shul in which you come, that is how you pray. She said, there are people who turn garbage into gold, and there are people who turn gold into garbage. She told me once that busy people can always find a moment to do something for others, but lazy people don't even have the time to help themselves. I clearly remember her telling me that the worst pain there can be is for a parent to lose a child. She told me once that if she had a chance to kill her tormentors, she would not do it. And that was because she would not want to go down to their level. She would also spend a lot of time speaking to God in Polish, so I didn't understand what she was saying. I only knew that it was very personal. Chapter 12, Albert and Henry. Albert and Henry Post were my cousins, and we would see each other on Sunday afternoons when our parents were off from work. Their mother and father were Irving and Edna Post. I've mentioned them earlier. Once on a Sunday afternoon, we gathered together at the farm of Martin and Eva Lubitsky. They lived in Colchester, Connecticut. They ran a farm that produced chickens. For me as a young boy, it was a very interesting place. On the farm, there was a big, long wooden building, the chicken coop, where, naturally, the chickens were raised. A long driveway led from the entrance of their property to the back of the coop. The coop was on the left as you drove in, past the residence, which was an old farmhouse where the family lived. The landscape was strange to me. It seems that whoever designed the place didn't do much landscaping at all. The house seems to have been built on the existing hill as it was, by the side of the road. There was a front door that no one ever used, the way that I remember it. It was true that the mailman dropped off the mail there, but the house was built so close to the road that it was impossible to park there. The kitchen, where most of the activity in the house took place, had a long, steep flight of wooden stairs. They led down to that ever-present driveway, which literally cut the entire property in half. That was a really scary flight of stairs, going up and going down. I am actually amazed that I remember this. At the foot of this stairway, there was a little driveway going up to the garage on the left at a 90-degree angle. The garage driveway was paved, but the main driveway was not. To the right of the main drive was a big yard for kids to run around in and for our parents to park their cars. After that yard and across from the chicken coop, there was an uncultivated field where you could pick milkweed at the right season of the year. I did this once and took some home with me and left it in the car overnight. The next day, the milkweed opened up. As my father was driving home from work, he opened the car windows to let in some fresh air, when all of a sudden the car's interior was filled with flying milkweed spores. He told me about it, and as he told me about it, he was smiling. He was not mad at me at all for almost causing an accident. He just cleaned up the mess and threw everything out. Martin and Eva Lubitsky had 3 children, a boy named Richard, who now goes by the name Moses, which I like very much. They also had 2 daughters, Anna and Ellie. Well, Moses is and was a really smart guy. This is what he did to become smart. He had a bedroom upstairs in the farmhouse in which there was a bed and a desk. A traveling salesman apparently came along selling encyclopedias, and his father bought the set. Well, that set went right up to Moses' room, and he read every single volume from cover to cover. He apparently became a very successful man out in California. Back to the story. Anna, the second child of the Lubitsky family, was a really kind and friendly person, although it has been years since we've been in touch. Ellie was in my class in school, and let me tell you for a fact, she was absolutely the most beautiful girl you ever laid eyes on. I didn't even bother to have a crush on her because her natural beauty was so intimidating. Still, it didn't go to her head. She was not a snob in any way. I was just petrified to talk to someone so perfect looking. I remember so much about that place. Their farm bordered on a sand and gravel pit. That was a place where builders would just dig into the ground and excavate sand for building purposes. Mostly concrete and asphalt, I would guess. But the gravel pits were fascinating. You could climb up the steep sides of the pit, and if you fell, it was soft sand, so you didn't get hurt. There were rows of holes near the top, and that was where birds dug holes for their nests. It sure was a wonderful place, that farm. The story that I most remember, though, is the story with Albert and Henry. They had somehow gotten hold of a Daisy BB gun, which is a type of an air rifle that shoots little copper balls out of the muzzle. They were taking shots at an empty beer bottle, which was perched on top of a log. They kept at it for a long time, perhaps an hour. Once in a while, you could hear a ding, as a BB did actually hit the bottle. It was also possible to hear their shouts of frustration as the bottle would not break. Albert was real big. He was like a man, maybe 16 years old at the time, and Henry was 14 or 15 years old. As a 6-year-old, I was way below their league. I knew it and they knew it. However, the thought of shooting at the beer bottle was so intriguing to me that I kept begging them to let me try. Henry chased me away time after time, but I kept coming back, asking Albert to let me have a turn at it. Finally, Albert reluctantly gave in, persuading Henry that if they just let me have one try, I would go away and stop bothering them. At last, I held the rifle in my hands. Albert explained to me, as a true expert in firearms would, which hand goes where and which finger pulls the trigger and how to aim. I added something of my own to his instructions. This is something which I find very helpful and useful to this day in many real-life situations. I stretched out my arm towards the bottle and pointed my finger at it with deliberation. I held the rifle in the same position as if I was pointing with the gun, and I pulled the trigger. Pow! The bottle exploded on my very first shot. Albert looked at Henry. Henry looked at Albert. They looked at me with amazement and maybe even with respect. Then, Henry told Albert to give me another try. I was not able to repeat the performance, but it certainly was an experience that I will never forget. The takeaway for me from this is that before doing something which requires knowing where an object or place is located, it is important to physically point at the object or the place of interest. This is sometimes referred to as orientation and mobility. This technique is very helpful for me. I use it regularly on a daily basis and have been doing so for years. It is something I will do while going up or down steps, crossing the street, or walking on the sidewalk. It is amazing to me that at the age of 6, I was able to discover this independently. So although most people think this is a story about a little boy breaking a beer bottle on his first attempt, that is not the way I view it. The value of the story to me lies in how that little boy did it. The truth was that the pointing orientation technique was, and is, one of the most valuable tricks I have ever learned. Moreover, it was not taught to me by anybody. It was like a premonition, something sent from above, from heaven, if you will. This technique is routinely used by railway workers on the high-speed bullet train that goes from Tokyo to Osaka in Japan. It is also a technique which is used in cheder, Jewish elementary education, where students are typically instructed to place their finger on the letters of the words as they read them. Irving and Edna have gone on to their eternal rest, as has Henry. I cherish their memories for a blessing. Albert is still very much with us, and from what I understand, is a strong gun enthusiast. Martin Lubitsky has passed on, and I miss his sense of humor. All the rest of the Lubitskys are still here at this writing. May the Almighty watch over them and keep them well. Chapter 13. Paula. A major person in my life was Paula, and her husband Louis Stein. Paula was actually my mother's cousin, but we called her Nana, which sort of meant grandmother. Her husband Louis we simply referred to respectfully as Uncle Louis. In my case, he was referred to by this title respectfully and lovingly. Do you remember my question? Why don't we have grandparents? Well, Paula had 2 children before the war. Yes, I saw a picture once, and I asked Uncle Louis who those children were, and he told me that they were Nana's children from a long time ago. He told me that they died in the war, and added that it would be best not to mention it to her ever, because it would make her cry. I was aware that one should be very careful not to make people like Nana cry. So Nana was our grandmother because we didn't have grandparents. And we were the grandchildren because she didn't have children. This made perfect sense to us. Now Uncle Louis would refer to me as his nephew, and so everything was nice all around. Louis was the second husband of Paula. She married her first husband in Poland before the war. He was murdered in Auschwitz. I only found out about Paula's first husband when I was in my mid-40s. He was a major figure for the Jewish resistance in the Holocaust. I will relate his story later on. It is certainly one to be remembered. I heard from my mother that Paula was not taken to the camps. She instead succeeded in obtaining Aryan documents which testified to her identification as a Polish national of Catholic religion. She managed to find employment during the war. She cleaned floors in the Warsaw headquarters of the Gestapo. One hears about people who are dissatisfied with the jobs they have. Imagine a Jewish woman waking up every morning, preparing to go to work at the office of the Gestapo. Call it terror on a daily basis. Consider for a moment the courage she needed to muster each and every day. Do we have any idea of what courage is? In one word, Paula could be described as elegant. She was well put together, well read, fluent in numerous languages, and conversant in many topics. She could learn diverse skills and topics quickly. For me, she was always interesting and a pleasure to talk to. She was sharp. She liked to play bridge. It didn't really interest me personally. She told me a story about how she learned to play bridge. She told me that she learned to play bridge while she was on the boat to America. It was a long voyage with little to do. She saw some rich people playing cards and found out that the name of the game that they were playing was called bridge. These people were not merely involved in playing a game of bridge, it was a bridge tournament. She thought that she would like to meet these people. They seemed to be okay. They were friendly and intelligent. They appeared to be successful. They clearly had enough money for what they needed, and it didn't bother them much if they lost some money playing cards. Although they did like to win, she figured that if she knew how to play that game, it would be a good way to meet them and make friends with them. She watched them play, at first from a distance, then she moved in closer, paying attention to what the winners were doing. When she felt more confident and the opportunity presented itself, she sat down at the table. She began to play, and the transoceanic voyage passed much more quickly. She learned something new, picking up a few extra dollars in the course of time. It was no fortune, but she could definitely find a use for the money. The people that she was interested in making friends with were never mentioned. I suppose they all went their separate ways when the voyage ended. Paula was a great lover of bridge all her life. However, and I was told that she really was a good player. She made it to the States, met Uncle Louis, married him, and settled in New Haven, Connecticut, where he was a full partner in a surveying company that had major contracts with the city of New Haven. My mother used to go to New Haven to visit every other week. Paula would come to visit quite often as well. I remember going out on surveying trips with my Uncle Louis in the summertime. I absolutely loved it. Paula would drive to the office, which was located in downtown New Haven, not far from the Yale Green. We would go in properly like business people, through the front door and down the hallway to Stein and Giordano Associates, surveyors and city engineers. The office was not a large one. There was the back room with a big window overlooking the street, where there were a couple of drafting tables set up. The front office was very modest indeed. A simple desk and chair and typewriter, a filing cabinet, and of course, a water cooler with cold spring water. Uncle Louis loved spring water, and he loved seltzer. On the wall of the office was a picture of a cube, a sphere, and a pyramid. I was staring at it for a long time. Paula asked if I liked it. I nodded that, indeed, I liked it a lot. She told me that she herself made the drawing. When it was time to go out to the job, Uncle Louis would roll up the plans he was working on and tuck them under his arm and motion to me with his free hand that I should come with him. We would go out through the back door to the parking lot where they parked the working car, and we would be off. We would pick up another surveyor and an assistant on the way to the job site. Once arrived, we would unpack our equipment and get to work. It was kind of interesting to me. You see, people wanted to build houses or schools or buildings or shopping centers or almost anything. They had to get the land registered in the City Hall of Records. To do that, they had to have a certified map from a certified engineer who certified that the property being registered was located at the stated location that was shown on the map. There were distances and angles and elevations to deal with. Hanging around with these people made me feel important. I really loved my Uncle Louis, the engineer. He was a good, kind man, too. The assistant that he took with him was a young black man looking for a break. Uncle Louis gave him that break. They used to kid around with him if he was late to the pickup point, but it was never nasty, always good-natured. What's more, They would always let him pick the radio station to listen to on the way to and from the job site. That is where I received my first exposure to soul music. Dionne Warwick and Aretha Franklin were something my ears were just waiting for. It was the 60s, and the flower power movement was real big in New Haven, the Yale Green being a cultural center for the counterculture. It was the age of Aquarius and of Gene McCarthy, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, SDS, the Students for a Democratic Society, Black Panthers, and bell-bottom pants. It was wild. In contrast, my Uncle Louis was the most normal guy in the world. I learned something important from him. He would always give me a bottle of Coca-Cola after we finished work on those hot summer mornings, before Nana would take me back to the apartment for lunch, which was as elegant as she was. She would cook the simplest food in an elegant way. One day, Uncle Louis and I were walking around outside, and we passed a store on the corner. Something just caught my eye, and I asked him to buy it for me. He politely declined the request. So I said to him that I'm sure that Nana would buy it for me. He gave me a look, and he explained to me that if you like people because they buy you things, then you don't really like them. You just like the things. I got it. I understood what he was saying. He was right. I was so ashamed. I said I was sorry. I learned something important from him that day. Uncle Louis was a surveyor, and on that day, he taught me something about the importance of interpersonal boundaries. Paula was sitting in the car with my sister and I on one fine winter's day. Somehow it came up in conversation that I didn't like girls. I was 8 years old. I said that I knew what I liked and I knew what I didn't like, and I didn't like girls. That was it. There was just no way that I would ever get married, period. She gave me an elegant smile, but her eyes were full of love and understanding. She told me that these are the words that I am saying right now at the age of 8 years old, but that when I would reach the age of 18, it would be quite a different story. We agreed to disagree. I turned 18, I met Gila, and I not only liked her, but I loved her very much and even wanted to marry her, which happened, as we all know. I guess Paula was right. Now, I've mentioned that Paula was a really good cook. She knew her way around kitchens and food and spices and salads, and you name it, she could cook it. My mother, who would get all kinds of compliments about her cooking from many different people, told me many times that she never knew how to cook. Her mother did all the cooking when she was at home. Then there was the war, and after the war, when she reunited with my father in France, Paula was there and taught her how to cook. My mother would often say, "If you think my cooking is good, go and thank Paula." Paula used to make pancakes on Sunday morning with syrup, better than any restaurant or hotel, that's for sure. One time, though, she said she was going to make something that I didn't like. I told her that I didn't like that food that she was planning to cook. She came at me like lightning. "Do you have any idea of what it is like to be hungry? Do not ever say about food that you do not like it. Say no thank you, or say that you're not hungry, but don't you ever say that you don't like food." I got it. She broke through. I understood what she meant. She taught me something which was profound. When I was 12 years old, it happened. I was away at camp. Part of the camp ritual was writing letters and receiving mail. One day I got a letter from home. My mother wrote me that Uncle Louis had died. He passed away. That was it. I think that he was the first person that I loved that died. When I got home from camp, I called Paula, and I was crying. She told me that I shouldn't cry, because if I would cry, then she would cry. She told me that it would make her very happy if I could come and stay with her the next week for a few days. Perhaps we would go to the beach, go to the movies, and do some interesting things, and that would make her very happy. It made me happy too. She went on to live in Florida and married Simon, a man she knew in Paris after the war. I did go to Florida to visit her, and she came to Jerusalem to visit me. She passed away in Florida, and my daughter Devorah Leah Perel has her name, Perel. That was Paula's name in Hebrew. The memory of Paula will always be a blessing. Chapter 14, Teenage Years. I learned how to read and did a lot of it. I learned words and ideas and began to develop a way to express myself. The world inside the book was quite a different place from the world outside the book. Most people know that worlds can exist within the pages of books. Some books became my friends. I could go with them to places that seemingly no one had ever been. By reading about people, I could share their experiences. For me to read a book was empowering. I would be so absorbed, transported to another place and time. I was, however, extremely sensitive to light, in addition to being myopic. I could not read the book if I was outside because of the sunlight. In order for me to read, I had to be inside a building. And it was necessary for me to have the proper lighting. I would also fall down a lot. This was partly because of balance issues, but mostly due to the inability to avoid obstacles in a timely manner. By the time I was aware the obstacle was a danger to me, I would be on the ground. There was simply not enough time to avoid them. I had my share of bruises, hits to the head, and even broken teeth. A friend remarked to me once that people had remarked to him that I was kind of weird. When I asked him why this was, he told me they thought that I walked slowly. I was young, but I walked a little bit like an old man. There is, of course, a reason for everything. I did learn to ride a bicycle. I even tried out for Little League Baseball. Despite my parents being proud of me for my gumption and attitude, I didn't make it. I really felt the main thing was to try. Ball games were really hard. I just couldn't see the thing coming. And to make matters worse, the ball could find me from time to time, giving me a whack on the head. My teammates would shout, "It's coming! It's there! Catch it!" But I guess it was not meant to be. Facial recognition was for me an extreme difficulty. If I met somebody, I would not be able to place them at the next encounter. Without realizing it, I managed somehow to develop a method of recognizing people by non-facial characteristics. It is possible to identify an individual by gait, by vocal signature, accent, pronunciation, and/or mispronunciation of words, foot shuffling, nervous coughing, sniffles, gestures, finger tapping, and even the way that they smell. People tend to advertise themselves in many ways without any awareness on their part. I started to learn who people were by their unique characteristics. However, I could not always be entirely sure of the person's identity, or if I had actually met them before. So, I would often play along, pretending that I knew the person that had just entered the room or that I was talking to. All the while, I would be waiting for more clues. Later, after a closer look at their face, I would say, "Oh, is that you?" Often they thought that I was being funny, but it truly was difficult for me to recognize a person's face. More importantly, though, I would miss the social cues that are on display to all but me. Social cues can be crucial when developing relationships. They give one the ability to better understand what someone else is thinking or feeling, and hence to empathize with other people. As an example, it took some time for me to figure out if someone was happy or sad. It is often expected that one recognize immediately the feelings of others. People express their feelings on their faces. I had to wait for words or some other non-visual cues. The delay is often mistaken for apathy. So, I invented a coping mechanism. It was the ultimate mechanism of defense. I was able to keep a straight face, always. Consequently, nobody knew my thoughts or feelings. The delay was no longer apparent to others. The outside world could no longer judge me negatively for non-empathy. I can't see your feelings. Now you can't see mine either. People seem to have different reactions to that. There are those who think I'm stupid, and those who think I'm scary. For the most part, though, people are puzzled, because normal people will generally communicate with their faces. I don't see the other faces, and never learned the language. It is frustrating when you don't know the language, and it tends to separate one from other people. Chapter 15, Speed Reading. Speed reading was introduced in my school in the 7th grade. As far as I was concerned, it was one of the worst ideas ever proposed and implemented. Of course, there were students in my class who were able to cope with it and achieve great results. Unfortunately, I was not one of them. A line of small letters was projected onto a screen. The image would appear for a fraction of a second. Next, it was required to answer questions about what we had just read. Prior to this, I was at the top of the class in reading. After less than half an hour of speed reading class, I was at the bottom. Literally, no one did worse than I did. I consider that to be the end of my scholastic career. However, I was always interested in a wide variety of subjects, and so I turned to other endeavors besides school. For example, I started to play guitar a lot. My hearing was fine, and with each new success, I felt better about myself. It was a new language, a new skill, and a new refuge. As I became a better player, People used to ask me lots of questions about playing guitar. That too was a confidence builder. The guitar was extremely popular in those days. I was now in junior high school. Everything that was non-visual was interesting to me. Mathematics, music, social studies, and geography were all very interesting. The art teacher even gave an honorable mention for my pottery. Only 2 kids in the class were selected for that. The art teacher was impressed with a vase that I designed. It had stripes going vertically and horizontally, and she thought that it was imaginative or creative. My recollection is that it was the texture of the stripes, of the ridges, that appealed to me. It was just fun to make pottery. I had no intention of being creative. Sports and industrial arts were real killers for me. Although the instructors were good at what they were doing, I always felt there was no way for me to master these subjects. I was in an accelerated reading class because I was a highly proficient reader in elementary school. Now, with the introduction of speed reading, I crashed. I was not removed from the accelerated class, but I really began to have a low image of myself. Chapter 16, Mr. Weiss. I would very much like you to meet an unusual man that it was my great privilege and honor to know. Great rabbis spend many hours talking about people like him, and my few words here do not even begin to scratch the surface. I do not know if he is mentioned in any books anywhere, but how can I write about my life without mentioning him? May his memory be for a blessing. The first time that I met Mr. Weiss was in the shul on a Friday night. I believe that it was his first Shabbos in Jerusalem. He was a white-bearded, elderly man with piercing eyes. He was so excited and absolutely overflowing with joy to finally be in Jerusalem. He was unable to contain himself. Normally, as I got to know him over the years, he was a quiet, reserved man. Now, however, he was dancing happily, merrily, ecstatically in the middle of the congregation. He was oblivious to the stares of all the surrounding people. His entire countenance radiated pure joy. That was the first time that I met Mr. Weiss. Mr. Weiss was a survivor of the Holocaust. He was from the south of Poland, a Bobover Chassid. Despite his age, he had perfect eyesight, and as mentioned, those eyes could see through a person. Those eyes had been through and seen a lot. We talked casually at first, introducing ourselves. We became friendly, and we would regularly walk home together from the shul. We lived on the same street. He was genuinely interested in me and my family and in my life. He was interested in a kind, unobtrusive way. He was not only a pleasure to talk to, but his conversation was a rare gift to the listener. He was a highly refined person. He may have started out with good character traits, but this was a man who was no stranger to hard work. I am sure that he worked hard on himself as well. He was a role model for the exemplary. His saying was, "We are just simple people." He felt that it was important for people to know about the Shoah, the Holocaust, and would tell his stories to those who would listen. This is just one of many stories that Mr. Weiss told of his experiences during the war. He was in a labor camp at one point. There were different types of camps that were set up by the Germans. This particular camp was designated as a labor camp, as opposed to a death camp. Still, death was a common visitor to all of the camps. It did not matter what name was given. A new commandant was assigned to the camp. All of the prisoners were lined up in formation as the commandant's car pulled up and entered into the camp. It was a big, black car with swastika emblazoned flags adorning its hood. It drew up near the assembled prisoners. The new commandant stepped out of the car. Mr. Weiss recalled that he experienced at that moment a particular feeling of coldness and fear. He said, "I knew at once that this commandant was no good." Immediately, the new commandant approached the assembled prisoners and began to count. Ein, zwei, drei, vier. Every fourth man that was counted was immediately shot to death. That was how the commandant introduced himself that day. There was no rhyme or reason as to why the executed men were chosen for their fate. It didn't matter if they were tall or short, big or small, intelligent or not, young or old. Every fourth man received a bullet in the head. The message was very clear to those who remained. This commandant was no good, and he meant business. The next order of the day was the new work detail. Mr. Weiss knew well from his experiences in other labor camps that you always needed to have a job assignment. If one did not have a job assignment, he was expendable. And that, simply put, meant death. The commandant requested a sign painter step forward from the line. Mr. Weiss stepped forward. No, he was not a sign painter by profession or training. That much was true. But he always volunteered for any job that he could get, since he did not want to be considered expendable. He explained to us that a sign painter would paint signs which were hung around the camp on the buildings or on the street. He had to copy the special Gothic letters, the font used in German. Mr. Weiss's education had been in yeshiva. They didn't teach anything about painting or Gothic lettering. This was not something that he had ever learned. But he knew quite well that the commandant was deadly and would not hesitate to snuff him out in an instant. So he stepped forward, and the commandant gave him his work assignment, ordering Mr. Weiss to be at the administration building in 15 minutes. Mr. Weiss blurted out to the commandant that he needed to get an easel and art supplies. The commandant informed him that if he was not there in 15 minutes and working, he would be shot, and the commandant would find someone else to paint signs. Mr. Weiss told me, "You see, all the Jews wound up in the camps. Together with us in the camp were Jews who were thieves before the war. And they assured me that they would take care of me, that I shouldn't worry. They broke into a storeroom and got me everything that I needed in 10 minutes. He was given a sample to copy and make into a sign. It came out to their liking. He was given other work, other signs. But how many signs did they need? So, Mr. Weiss, who never took an art lesson, started to paint panoramas, the mountains, the countryside, the trees. He painted anything in an attempt to make it look like he was busy and therefore needed. He told me that the Germans appreciated his work so much that they even hung up his panoramas in their offices. Mr. Weiss was a real gentleman and a good husband. As we walked home from shul and I would press him to tell me more, he would often kindly demur. He would say, "My wife is waiting for me. It is not right for me to keep her waiting." He told me that when the war started, a lot of people in his age group were getting married. But he decided not to get married. In his words, "I said to myself, the war is coming. For what do I need a wife on my hands?" I inquired as to how he found his wife. He replied, "It was all arranged for us in heaven, in Shamayim. After the war, my wife was waiting for me in Austria." He told me that he only had one requirement for a marriage partner, and that was that she should be the daughter of a Talmid Chacham, a Torah scholar. I asked him if she was. He replied with a heartfelt, "Oh," shaking his head from side to side as he looked up into the sky. His reaction to my question left no doubt in my mind that Mrs. Weiss's father, Mr. Weiss's father-in-law, was really a scholar. Both Mr. Weiss and his wife were truly God-fearing and deeply believing people. The Joint, as the Joint Distribution Committee was called, was assisting Jews who had survived the war and helping them to relocate in America. They met with a representative and they were asked to which city in America they wished to go. They both replied that God had watched over them so far and he would continue to watch over them. So they left the decision up to God himself. They were sent to live in a city in the United States. He worked as a house painter, earning an honest living for many years and raising a beautiful family. May God watch over them all and keep them well. He did know of a very deep pain in his heart during his later years. His son left the practice of the faith, and this was an extremely painful ordeal for him, although he never complained to anyone about it. He did, however, appeal to the Lubavitcher Rebbe of blessed memory about the situation with his son. The Rebbe told Mr. Weiss, "You will see him return with your own eyes." It was a Shabbos morning in the summer, and I remember coming into the shul, and Mr. Weiss was beaming. He grabbed my hand and said, "Moshe, you have to meet my son." Mr. Weiss used to lead the first part of the prayers on the Shabbos morning, the section where we praise God and recall his miracles and the kindness he shows us. This morning, however, his son was given the honor of leading the section of the prayers, the section that was generally given to his father to lead. This gesture emphasized the fact that indeed his son was back with him, and it made him extremely happy. That was very touching indeed. We all went home from the prayers, and I didn't see Mr. Weiss in shul that evening. The next morning I found out that Mr. Weiss had passed away. His wife told us that he was so happy that his son had returned to him, both physically and spiritually. They were singing special songs together in honor of the Shabbos, and both enjoyed each other's company more than ever before. Mr. Weiss was feeling tired and went to take a rest. Waking up in the late afternoon, he had no strength to go to shul, so he prayed at home. His family was concerned for him, and so they made ready to call the emergency services, the ambulance. Mr. Weiss told them not to call, saying, "Wait till Shabbos is over. It is Shabbos for them too, you know." They waited till nightfall, and the paramedics came to the house. They could not find anything wrong, and suggested that the best thing to do was to take him to the local hospital for some tests. So he asked them if he could just sit down on the couch for a moment, and they agreed. He sat down. He recited the Shema, "Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one," the declaration of unity. He inclined his head heavenward, and looking up, he took his last breath. With that, a great man expired, and our neighborhood has never been and never will be the same. I've learned many things from this wonderful man. There is, however, one teaching received from him that I find highly significant. He told me that those who suffered the most in the Holocaust were the wealthy people. He said, "Sure, everybody suffered. Of that there is no doubt. But in my family, we never had much. We were simple, regular people. We knew hunger before the war, and pain, and distress, and of course in the war it was much worse. But the rich people, they never experienced it before. And because of that, they suffered the most of anyone. May God Almighty bring a speedy end to all suffering, and may the memory of Mr. Weiss be a blessing." Chapter 17, Prosperity. Business was doing well, and prosperity was smiling on my family. All this, despite the personal setbacks that I had suffered. My parents had saved some money from the business and from investments. In addition, interest rates were low, and so it was decided to build a house. It really was a nice house, modern, spacious, front and backyards with tall, majestic trees. Not at all ostentatious, but rather it was understated, as if it was trying to be invisible. It was big, but well proportioned. Above all, as my mother would often point out, it was functional. Years later, my wife and I went to console mourners at the house of a local Rebbe. The deceased was an important rabbi who was the leader of a group of Hasidim. The mourners told my wife about what it was like to grow up in the house of the Rebbe. The house in which the Rebbe and his family lived had 4 doors, so that visitors and guests could enter from every direction. This was in order to emulate Abraham, our forefather. The patriarch's tents opened in all 4 directions, thus enabling him to extend hospitality to every possible wayfarer. I thought about this and then realized that the house that I grew up in actually had 5 doors. People would be coming in and out all day and night. My mother was always cooking and feeding, entertaining and giving advice. It also had a beautiful view from the master bedroom, as it was built on top of the tallest elevation in the area. When we moved into that house, I had to switch schools. The school in the new district was not as good of a school as the previous school that I attended. In addition to that, I had to ride the school bus each morning and afternoon, and I did not know anybody there. When I was about 8 years old, my friends and I were playing in the backyard of our house. There was a swing set there with steel seats. One of the seats hit me in the mouth and broke many of my front teeth. The broken teeth were permanent teeth, and so the dentist decided that there was nothing to do about it at the time. The prognosis was to wait until I was 16 years old. By that time, the teeth would reach full size, and then they would be capped properly. So I waited for 8 years to get my teeth fixed. In the meantime, I walked around with a mouth that looked like a picket fence. Every morning as I got off the school bus, there was a kid that used to sit on the steps at the entrance to the school. He would always ask me what happened to my teeth. Not too pleasant an experience. I just had to swallow it and keep it inside. I must say that there were a few good teachers there that year, and I still remember things that I learned from them in science, history, and English. The gym teacher, however, was an ex-Marine, a real disciplinarian, and I was very low on his list. I was not in good physical condition, fairly uncoordinated, and of course my visual impairment was not a great asset to me in any type of competitive sports. I absolutely dreaded gym class. My heart would pound as the minutes ticked by till the bell would ring for gym period. I could not wait for school to be finished each day, but then I would have to go to the temple to practice for my bar mitzvah. I was coming up to 13 years of age. In the Jewish religion, that is the age of bar mitzvah, which is a major life event for a Jewish young man. There was intense pressure upon me to do a good job. People were going to come and see how I was able to lead the prayers and read the Torah with the traditional chant. If I did well, it was a good reflection on my parents. It showed that they had done a good job of raising me to be a good Jewish boy. From this, one can understand what failure to succeed would mean for me. I had to work closely with the rabbi, for whom the passage of time had further eroded my respect. The bar mitzvah did come and go, but at a price. Due to all the pressure I was under to perform well at my bar mitzvah, I was pulling my hair out. Seriously, I would hold on to my hair and pull it out of the scalp because I was so nervous. As a result of this, I had a sizable bald spot on the back of my head. My parents noticed it and asked me how I came to have a bald spot on my head. So I told them that there was a kid in school that pulled my hair out. Not a total lie. They naturally wanted to know who did it. I didn't want to admit that I was the one who pulled my own hair out because of the pressure that I was under. I really wanted to please them. My mother's brother died in her arms in the cattle car on the way to my Danik, as my mother testified on video, that he was not even bar mitzvah. She would often tell me about how wonderful my bar mitzvah was going to be, and that she knew that I was going to make her and my father very proud. How could I possibly let them down? According to what they said about me after the bar mitzvah, The whole affair was an absolute success. From my point of view, it was a success because they were very happy with my performance and the way everything worked out. But they always wanted to know why I wouldn't tell them who pulled my hair out. Needless to say, I was not the biggest fan of the religion, although I was still, as always, fiercely proud to be Jewish. To this day, I have a difficult time with bar mitzvahs. I admit that this is not right, that I should get over it and grow up already. Think about my grandchildren. I should be happy for them on their big day. Still, it poses a difficulty whenever it comes up. At least I am aware of it. And through that awareness, I've made efforts to come to terms with the whole idea. So the year came and went, and my parents decided that they would send me to a private school. That was another terrible idea. It seems to me that the reason they wanted to send me to a private school was to get me away from those kids that were pulling my hair out. Another reason given was that students who went to private schools generally got into better colleges. I did become friendly with some kids in that school. It turns out that the kids that I became friendly with there were also new in the school. One of the kids that I was friendly with was Italian. He spoke with a heavy Italian accent. His family had just immigrated to America a few years before. Just as the friendship was beginning to develop, I got switched to another school. Start all over again. Chapter 18, Private School. Well, this private school did have some very good teachers. In particular, the English department was very good. One of the teachers really encouraged me to be creative in my compositions. And when I did, he celebrated it. Another teacher was from Scotland, and he used to make vocabulary come alive. He spoke in a kind of a sing-song fashion and always had a smile on his face. The French teacher was really something special. He had been a soldier for La France in North Africa, and he had a lot of life experience. He loved America, disapproved of the demonstrations that were going on against the war in Vietnam. He had no respect for the demonstrators either. Besides teaching us the French language, he taught us about vectors and chemical reactions. He taught us how to put out burning cigarettes in aviation fuel. Note, don't try this on your own. He had a current model Mustang convertible. Team sports were a requirement at this school. I was naturally quite terrible at them. The school days were long, made even longer by the long commute to get there and back. From my point of view, not worth it. Chapter 19, Heart Attack. During that year, my father, my precious father, my hero, got a heart attack. I was just 14 years old, and my mother, pretty high-strung under normal circumstances, was totally out of sorts. While my father was in the hospital, I was like the man of the house anytime my mother went out. 2 weeks or so after my father was admitted to the hospital and lying in intensive care, my mother and I visited him. Suddenly, he gave out a groan and collapsed on the bed. My mother screamed for medical staff, and doctors and nurses crowded the intensive care room. My mother and I were asked to leave the room as the medical staff attended to my father. My mother, who had her own health issues, was ready to pass out. I had never seen her so consumed with fear. I knew that I had to try to calm her down, but I couldn't find the words, so I just held her hand. The doctor came over and told us that my father had just suffered a major heart attack and that they were not worried. They were actually waiting for this all along, so the doctor claimed. I didn't buy it, but it seemed better to me that my mother would believe what the doctor said. Better for her, and so better for me. I could only hope they knew what the hell they were doing. I didn't want anything to happen to my father. Again, I don't know if the doctors were lying or telling the truth, but I do know that my father made a slow but steady recovery to health and eventually went back to work in the bakery. Chapter 20, PTSD attack. That was not all that happened that year, the year that I was 14 years old. One day my mother was supposed to pick me up at school. She first went to hear a lecture at the Jewish Community Center. Elie Wiesel was speaking there. In the middle of his presentation, he recounted the story of the Sonderkommando and the plot to blow up the number 4 crematorium. Who were the Sonderkommando, and what did they do? These lucky guys, all male prisoners, were singled out for special work at the crematoria. The crematoria were simply a death factory. That was where unsuspecting Jews who were newly arrived in Auschwitz would stand in line after they were selected for death. They were told that they were going to take a shower in order to be disinfected. Without too much fuss, they would enter and undress. They were told to make sure to remember where they had left their clothing. They would need these items later on, after the shower. Deception accompanied the unsuspecting victims at every point of the process. The Germans wanted everything to operate smoothly. After undressing, they would be locked into the sealed shower room, which was really a gas chamber. Then they would take a shower of Zyklon B poison gas. After the shower finished, it took 10 to 20 minutes until everyone in the sealed room was dead. There were windows on the sealed gas chamber so that the Germans outside could watch them being gassed to death. The dead bodies were then removed from the gas chamber and loaded one by one into the ovens and incinerated. The ash was disposed of. In short, that was what the Sonderkommando did. These men were given a choice. Sonderkommando work was for a fixed period of 4 months, and it was supposed to be top secret. No one was to know what they were doing. At the end of this time, they would be murdered and replaced by a new group of Sonderkommando. They were not forced to do this awful work. They had the option to refuse Sonderkommando duty, if they so desired. Those who decided to refuse, however, were killed on the spot. The Sonderkommando decided to blow up crematorium number 4 at Auschwitz-Birkenau. As Elie Wiesel recounted this story, my mother totally lost all sense of composure. She started screaming, shrieking, sobbing, and wailing in front of the entire audience seated in the auditorium. She managed to drive from the Jewish Community Center to the school to pick me up. When I got into the car, however, she told me that there was no way that she was going to drive on the highway in the state of mind that she was in. She had to calm down. She told me then about the plan to blow up number 4, how she had worked in the ammunition factory in Auschwitz and helped to smuggle gunpowder to the Sonderkommando. They succeeded to blow up the crematorium as planned, but 400 Jews were rounded up and executed. They executed almost all initially, but saved a few for interrogation. These men gave up the names of 4 women before they were executed. My mother was so terrified that she would be named by these women who knew her, so she buried the whole incident deep inside her in order to stay calm and avoid arousing suspicion. Indeed, she thought that she had succeeded in totally forgetting it. It was as if it had never happened. Those 4 women, who were named by the Sonderkommando, were tortured for 3 months and only gave up names of people whom they knew to be dead. They were hanged outside the barracks where the women who worked in the munitions factory were kept. My mother said, day and night, we had to watch them hanging. That was January 5th and 6th of 1945. As I might have mentioned, crematorium number 4 was the largest of the crematoria and never functioned again. My mother held that story inside of her for 25 years, and on that day she passed it on to me. It took me another 50 years to make closure with that story. Chapter 21, Israel Visit. I had a chance to go to Israel that summer, and I jumped at the opportunity. It was such a liberating experience to come and set foot in my homeland, the Jewish country. Those years in Israel, the years between the 6-Day War and the Yom Kippur War, were magical and euphoric years for Israelis, and it was absolutely contagious. Everyone felt as though he was on top of the world. Building was going on everywhere in Israel, and there were all kinds of plans being made by Israelis in all walks of life. It was a boom time for tourism. There were so many people going and coming. Our group was based mostly in the south, near Ashkelon. I recall distinctly the intense heat and the bright sunlight. I recall that I was squinting much more because of the sunlight than I did in the States. Could it be that the sun was brighter in Israel? No matter. This was my place. I'll just have to get better sunglasses. When I set foot in Jerusalem for the first time, I felt something really special. I knew that this was going to be the place where I would spend most of my life. I was absolutely in love with the place itself. I didn't speak Hebrew except for a few words here and there, but I was sure that with time, I could become proficient enough in speaking Hebrew. I would learn to speak the language. In Israel, I felt that I could do anything. And in Jerusalem, I knew I could. We saw many things on the tour, but Jerusalem, the old city and the Western Wall, were the major highlights for me. This was not due to any religious feelings on my part. Instead, it appealed to a heightened sense of Jewish pride. While in Jerusalem, we went to the Yad Vashem Holocaust Museum. It was a profound experience. I'm not really sure what it was that I saw there or heard there. Things started to go black and blacker. There was a tingling, fuzzy sensation until there was no sensation at all. I passed out, and people helped me up and got me to sit in a chair in the shade. They gave me something to drink. It was embarrassing because many people were looking at me and talking about me. The people in charge of the tour told me that it was from the sun, from the heat. They stressed the importance of drinking. I viewed this incident a little differently, though. It was clear to me that it was a part of the Holocaust trauma. These things didn't happen to me in the desert or in Eilat when we visited those areas of the country. Those places were incomparably hotter and drier than Jerusalem. It didn't happen to me in Masada either. While we were at Masada, I climbed up the steep mountain trail in the morning heat and charged down the snake path under a blazing midday sun. I knew what it was, and I would just have to recognize it for what it was. Sometimes the children of heroes find it hard to bear the legacy which they feel upon their shoulders. I will hasten to add, however, that keeping hydrated is always a good idea in Israel. The trip to Israel was like a dream to me. I came back to the States more determined than ever to go and live in Israel one day. That was my dream, and it continued to be so. Chapter 22, Another Year. So I came back to America from my trip to Israel. I was very inspired. I felt a greater sense of security somehow. Israel was a strong part of my identity, and so it was a natural thing for me to go there one day to spend my life. There was no inspiration at all, though, regarding the upcoming school year. There certainly was no sense of security. I really hated that school. It seemed that the only ones willing to be my friends were the people that no one else wanted to be friends with. It made me feel like I was second best, less than, worthless, a loser. I didn't want to feel like that, and I firmly rejected attempts by anyone to put me in such a place. I was still the son of heroes. Truly, I didn't do anything to deserve the title. Still, the burden of that legacy was always heavy upon me. The school days were long. I left home before 7 in the morning and came back after 6 at night. I didn't complain about that, but there was a lot of wasted time that I had to spend. For example, it was necessary to wait for my ride to come. School was finished at 3, and my ride wasn't there till 5 at earliest. Boredom is not desirable for teenagers. One student, who also had to wait after school for a ride home, was a very good piano player. He could sing, too. Moreover, he used to play all the latest rock music, banging out tunes on an old upright piano in the chapel. The authorities did not like this, but they were not around during those hours. It was during this time that the friendship between my old kindergarten friend Stephen Plotkin and I took root again. It was good to have someone to talk to. We enjoyed many of the same things, such as playing guitar and hitchhiking around town. There wasn't that much to do. We were too young to get a driver's license, and how much could you walk? So we would just hitch rides all over the place to see how far we could get. Stephen went to a different private school. When I say that it was different, I didn't just mean that it was different. I meant that it was very different. There was no dress code. Students were allowed to smoke in the main meeting room where there were big ashtrays. Every student was expected to participate in the cleaning up of the school at the end of each day. It was a haven for the counterculture. I thought that I would like to see the school and possibly learn there if I could only persuade my parents that it would be good for me. The pressure of this school that I was in was really too much for me at that point. I also had a friend who lived down the hill from us. His name was Dave Norman. He and his brother and sister were all adopted children. He was a very active and fun-loving guy. We used to do a lot together. I don't know how his parents survived us. There was a reservoir of the town of Manchester water department that could be accessed from just behind his yard. A dirt road led through a pine forest to a large open area with a big man-made freshwater lake. If you looked at it, you could see that it wasn't natural. It also happened that there were lots of fish there. Although there were many signs warning of no trespassing, fishing, or hunting, it was a favorite place for us to trespass and fish. Many of those signs were hanging up in our bedrooms. We used to love to fish. I remember how proud I was of myself when I caught my first fish, a bullhead or a catfish. There were lots of pickerel there, and they were really fun to catch because they would fight you as you tried to reel them in. Dave used to like to fly fish near the bridge in the shallow water. He would catch bluegills, and we would fry them and eat them. It was not long before we became a strong group of three. We would go all over the place, hitchhiking together. We did a lot of fishing, skiing, and ice skating. Dave and Stephen have been close for many years and are still in touch with each other, as they both live in southern Connecticut. Steve is married. Dave is married with kids, as far as I know. I would add an interesting note here. His sister searched for and found her birth mother. His brother was also reunited with his birth mother as well. However, she was the one who searched for him, according to the information that I have. Chapter 23, New School. Somehow that year passed, and in the interim, I was successful in persuading my parents to send me to the same school as Stephen Plotkin. Somehow that year passed, and in the interim, I was successful in persuading my parents to send me to the same school as Stephen Plotkin went to. They did so against their better judgment, but they felt that if I had a good friend there, it might be a positive experience for me. The key word for the next period in history and in my life was rebelliousness. The whole country was searching for a new way of doing things and thinking about things. These were very creative years for the society as a whole. Yes, there was a lot of decadence and outright stupidity. Still, there was an urgent need to revise everyone and everything. The revolution, as some were calling it, was everywhere. In the music, clothing, hair, drugs, and far-out philosophies. Everywhere people were choosing sides. I chose to be rebellious, to search, to experiment, and hopefully to find. I switched out of the private school and into an experimental school built in the forest on top of a small mountain. It was billed as a slice of the world. To this end, all types of students were encouraged to study there. And so it boasted all the colors and ethnicities of American civilization. This was the case not only with regard to the student body, but that term, slice of the world, could be applied to the faculty as well. The place was very liberal, really too liberal. But if you wanted to learn something, you had the possibility of doing so. I had other friends there too, in addition to Stephen Plotkin. Without a doubt, though, he was my best friend. One of the friends that I had there was Lenny Blackman. He was a pretty normal kid. His parents were very educated, successful, and very liberal. His mother helped me with some reports that I wrote. In particular, she helped me with my report on the playwright Arthur Miller. Interestingly, Lenny was also an adopted child, as were his two sisters. I had another friend there whose name was Rad Morrison, whom I might describe as flamboyant, eccentric, and a sensationalist. His name was really Radcliffe, but he liked the nickname Rad. He had strong opinions about everything, as did his parents. They were both extremely liberal parents. We would have parties in his house with loud music and lots of beer. The beer may have been purchased by his parents. These parties went on while they were in the house. They reasoned that it was better for us to be in the house and get drunk than to go out of the house and drive drunk. His mother was a member of the school faculty part-time. She was a kind person who always had a smile on her face. Rad's father was a well-known scientist with patents on a number of well-known products. His grandfather was likewise a developer and inventor, and both of them were alumni of the most prestigious university in the country. Rad was accepted into the same top university as his forebears. He planned to attend the next year after graduating high school. At the graduation ceremony, he arrived with gallons of beer, which he consumed directly before entering the hall to receive his diploma. He then drove home in a drunken stupor and smashed his car into a fence. He was taken to the police station for a sobriety test. And when the alcohol in his blood was found to be over the legal limit, he was pronounced drunk. Upon hearing this pronouncement, Rad punched the arresting officer so hard that the officer was knocked down onto the floor of the police station. Rad spent that night in jail and had to face charges of assault and battery against an officer of the law in a local court. He obviously lost his driver's license as a result of this escapade. It was not long after that I was in his house. While I was over at the house, at that time, his mother gave him the news that the family had just received a letter from the university. Rad's mother told us that the letter stated that it was sent to them in order to inform you that it is deeply regretted, but The university will not be extending an invitation to your son to join our student body in the upcoming year. Rad's mother concluded that there was apparently a small matter of a felony charge against their son, which unfortunately the university was not able to overlook. By the way, soon after that, tragedy struck again. Rad's brother Burton crashed his mother's car through the guardrail at the side of a local pond. It plunged into the icy water. The girl who was with him managed to extricate herself from the submerged vehicle. Burton, however, came up hours later. This occurred after divers located the car and it was pulled out of the water. He was dead. The story that Rad told me was that Burton had smashed his head against the steering wheel and had lost consciousness. He died underwater. Last thing I heard, Rad was enrolled in a course to become a deep-sea diver. After these incidents, I began to think quite strongly that liberalism left much to be desired. It certainly was not the panacea that I had been led to believe it was. Sixto Cantipia was a student who was from South America. His family lived in Bolivia. He came to the States with his legal guardian, who met him and his family while in Bolivia with the Peace Corps. He was a few years older than we were. That was because he did not have much schooling in Bolivia, and he did not speak English well when he came to the Hartford area. Sixto loved to play soccer. He looked at things in a much different manner than we did. I guess he thought that we were just a bunch of spoiled American brats. As I reflect on this, it seems that he was right. I have no idea what happened to him. Jake Walker was not a close friend of mine. It would be more accurate to consider him an acquaintance. We took a course together, which was entitled Theories of Human Nature. He did not speak much. He always had a smile on his face and always wore a jacket and tie. He was short of stature with shoulder-length hair and seemed to have a good mind. He didn't care much for sports. He used to drive a Volkswagen Beetle, and it was notorious for having a parking brake that didn't work. He just parked it on level surfaces all the time. He didn't come back to school after the summer vacation. We were told that he had died. He was found hanged in his bedroom. Mrs. Gloria Wright was my advisor at the school. She was a black woman, devoutly religious, and she was a music teacher. She had a lot of wisdom, worldly knowledge, and common sense. I considered her to be worthy of my respect. I was having various difficulties at home. The usual teenage stuff. There was a meeting scheduled between parents and advisors once a year. She understood that there was some deep stuff going on in her family, but she couldn't really put her finger on what it was. I don't know if she knew about the adoption, but she definitely did know about my visual impairment. When she met my mother, who had a number tattooed on her arm from Auschwitz, she understood. I would be requiring much more than she was able to give me. She was concerned that she was not doing right by me. She gently suggested that I get another advisor, which I did. But I still made sure to be in her music classes whenever possible. She was always willing to talk to me and seemed to enjoy it as well. Although it was possible to take sports in that school, it was not obligatory. Not much was, as I have mentioned. However, the school did offer a course in Outward Bound. This was a very good experience for me in particular. In Outward Bound, you go outside to the elements. It never gets rained out. We had the rope course, where participants are required to cross over a small pond while suspended on ropes. I don't remember anybody falling in, but there was a certain degree of challenge to it. There was a course in rock climbing. On a local mountain, there was a patch of rock face that we had to climb up. And once we succeeded in climbing up, we were taught how to rappel down the face of the mountain. It was an exhilarating sensation. We had a midterm exam, which was a 1-week hike on the Appalachian Trail in northwestern Connecticut. This took place in the middle of February. It was cold, it was rainy, it was snow and ice, and it was muddy sometimes. It was restricted to only students. We were totally on our own. This was in order to preserve the idea of self-reliance in the wilderness. If there was any type of emergency, we were being followed by the instructor at a distance. One of the participants wasn't able to complete the trip, and the instructor did come. The participant in question was taken home early. We hiked in the rain, climbed down a mountain in a snowstorm, and slept in lean-tos. It was an experience that taught us a number of valuable lessons. One lesson was not to give up when things were difficult. Another was to think of the other people on the team and to try to be of assistance to them whenever possible. We learned to be resourceful, and we learned to plan. Then there was the solo. We would go out for one 24-hour period, build our own shelter, light our own fire, etc. I built my shelter, sure enough, and lit my fire too. As I dozed off to sleep, I first began to hear the sizzling sound of raindrops falling on my fire. As the raindrops came in greater numbers, the fire naturally went out. Then it started raining in torrents, but I was on top of a ridge, so I was not worried about being flooded out. Then came the thunder and lightning. Well, it was marvelous. However, it occurred to me that I might be in some danger, since I was located on the top of a mountain in an electrical storm. Perhaps I thought it would be better for me to take cover somewhere else a bit lower down the slope. It was absolutely amazing. The lightning storm kept on and on. I moved position, but reluctantly, because I had misplaced my glasses at the original campsite. The lightning was not far off. You could tell by the shortening time intervals between lightning and thunder. As day finally broke, I made my way back to camp number 1, and managed to recover my glasses. It had been a hell of a night. Outward Bound was where I was really introduced to long-distance running. It was really something good for me. It was a type of sport and exercise that was not vision dependent, and I could just take things at my own pace, literally, for as long as I wanted. It gave me a sense of tranquility and accomplishment in my life. I wish to be clear. It would be hard for me to write this story without writing about the following schoolmate. I met him on the second day of the first grade. On the first day of the school year, the Manchester Board of Education made a decision to redraw the lines of the school districts for the local elementary schools. The redistricting went into effect on the second day of the school year. That is how I came to have hobo in my first grade class at Buckley Elementary School. So began many years of a complicated friendship. His name was Howard, or Howie Bowman, but we just called him Hobo, and he didn't seem to mind. He was present throughout much of my school career. I cannot say that he was a very positive influence on me or anybody else, but he definitely was a very influential personality. You could say that no one was without an opinion about him. Many were quite wary of him. I wish that I could say some validating things about him. He really did have an unbelievable sense of humor. He was a true comedian. However, most of what I remember about him were his pranks. The problem with his pranks was that they could sometimes be very cruel actions against other human beings. His victims were sometimes those who were vulnerable and innocent, and against whom he had absolutely no legitimate gripe. There was the time in the movie theater, the episode at the toll booth, and the altercation at the restaurant, to name only a very few. At the movie theater, there was a place upstairs called the mezzanine. There was a kind of open round hole in the middle of the upper floor, surrounded by a railing. You could look down from there and see the people seated below watching the movie. Hobo was fond of a certain kind of chocolate bar. Redo. Hobo was fond of a certain kind of chocolate bar. While we were up there on the mezzanine watching the people who were watching the movie, he stuffed the entire chocolate bar into his mouth and then pointed at the head of a bald-headed man below. We thought he was just making another one of his jokes. But then he squirted the entire mouth of melted chocolate onto the head of the hapless bald man sitting below, who looked up at us, shocked, and then enraged. It was a face I will not soon forget. We had no idea of what Hobo had in mind when he took us up there, but we didn't need any explanation now. We got out of there as fast as we could. One time, he managed to persuade the driver of our school transportation to let him go into the ticket office at the side of the road in order to buy a book of tickets for the toll on the bridge. He went into the office with Stephen Plotkin, if I'm right, and he started talking to the clerk using a British accent. He said that he would like a packet of tickets, governor. And then he added in a low voice, could you make the price a little cheaper? He did this all with a perfectly straight face, but Plotkin, who was with him, just couldn't keep a straight face himself. He came back to the car, laughing hysterically about what had just happened in there. It was just too funny. They got the ticket book in the end, but no discount. We found out that he even tried to warn the people in the office that there was a Russian submarine directly underneath the bridge. All this he could do to perfect strangers with a perfectly straight face. He went with us into a restaurant. We didn't go into restaurants to eat. We were just teenagers, and we didn't have money for restaurants. He just told us, sit down, I'll handle this, and proceeded to order 4 burgers. When we asked him why he ordered the food, was he really going to pay for it? He said, just sit down. When the burgers began to sizzle on the fire, he said, I'm not hungry now. Let's go. Hobo walked out of there, and we tried to tell him that what he was doing was wrong, but it was too late. By then, this chef knew he'd been had. He ran after us into the street, cursing in some foreign language. Redo. When the burgers began to sizzle on the fire, he said, I'm not hungry now. Let's go. Hobo walked out of there, and we tried to tell him that what he was doing was wrong. But it was too late by then. The chef knew he'd been had. He ran after us into the street, cursing in some foreign language. As I reflect upon these stories now, I believe that the correct thing to do would have been to stand up to Hobo. Running away with him made us appear to be just as guilty as he was. We should have stood tall and told his victims who the real perpetrator was, and we should have made it clear that we were not a part of it. That would have been the correct thing for us to do if we were smart. But we were not very smart at all, and he used us. His parents cared a lot for him. He was not neglected or abused as far as we knew. He was not an easy-going child, not by any standard. It is very sad, because I really think that of all of us, he had the most potential. If he would have applied himself seriously in just one of his numerous talents, he might have built up his self-esteem enough to where he could have been a great benefit to society. Then again, it might be that if we were to read these words of mine, he would react to them with cynicism, redo. His parents cared a lot for him. He was not neglected or abused as far as we knew. He was not an easygoing child, not by any standard. It is very sad, because I really think that of all of us, he had the most potential. If he would have applied himself seriously in just one of his numerous talents, he might have built up his self-esteem enough. Redo again. His parents cared a lot for him. He was not neglected or abused as far as we knew. He was not an easygoing child, not by any standard. It is very sad, because I really think that of all of us, he had the most potential. If he would have applied himself seriously in just one of his numerous talents, he might have built up his self-esteem enough to where he could have been a great benefit to society. Then again, it might be that if he were to read these words of mine, he would react to them with cynicism and ridicule anything positive. Honestly, better people than me tried. His mother died of cancer, his father died of natural causes, and so Hobo came to live alone. He failed to answer the phone when called. A short time later, he was found dead. I hope that his memory would be for a blessing. I really do. I would like to emphasize and re-emphasize the importance of associating with upright people. Choose good friends for yourself and encourage your children to develop friendships with good kids. I cannot stress this enough. From this, you can readily understand the importance of avoiding people who are bent on purposely hurting others for their own gratification. Stay far away from people who build themselves up by stepping on others. That is not the way to be friends. Surround yourself with goodness as much as possible. The most lasting impression of that school was the kids who were handicapped. I was very impressed with one in particular. His name was Keith. He had 2 half arms that finished just before where the elbows should have been. He also had 1 leg that was a stump. It went only until before his knee. The left leg went only as far as the ankle. At that end, he had a heavy piece of steel. He used to eat by having someone place a sandwich on one of his stump arms, and then he would take bites. He would write by somehow positioning a pencil or pen between his cheek and shoulder. Then, moving his upper body in that position and sighting down to the paper, he would write. He succeeded in obtaining a state of Connecticut driver's license. The car he drove was fitted with special contraptions so that he could steer the car, brake, and accelerate. He was not shy. He would sign up for all kinds of sports, including hand-to-hand combat and soccer. In hand-to-hand combat, nobody wanted to fight him because, well, you can't hit somebody who doesn't have arms. So, the instructor took Keith on in hand-to-hand. Keith unleashed everything he had against the instructor, including that steel fixture on the end of his leg. He was definitely not easy to tangle with. He had these special crutches with pockets for him to stick his stump arms into. While using those crutches, he could accelerate down the soccer field faster than anyone expected. And when he connected to the ball with his steel fixture, watch out. I can still hear him charging down the soccer field, shrieking like a warrior. He was ferocious. There were not many rules at this school, but one of the rules was that if asked, we had to drop whatever we were doing and assist the disabled students. That usually meant to push them up the steep hill in their wheelchairs. There were 2 students in the wheelchairs. One had 2 arms and 2 legs, but they did not do him much good. He was quite bitter about his lot. Redo. There were not many rules at the school, but one of the rules was that if asked, we had to drop whatever we were doing and assist the disabled students. That usually meant to push them up the steep hill in their wheelchairs. There were 2 students in wheelchairs. One had 2 arms and legs, but they did not do him much good. He was quite bitter about his lot and would just give orders to take him here or take him there. He was quite heavy, so it was not so easy to push him up the hill. At reaching his destination, he hardly ever said a thing. and he certainly did not say thank you. Keith, on the other hand, would always ask if we were busy, and then he would politely ask if we could be so kind as to push him up the hill. At the top, he would always thank us profusely until he could see a smile on our faces. He always had a smile on his. I think that it was worth going to that school just for that experience. I had been playing a lot of guitar and was considering a musical career. I went to look at a few different schools, one of which was the University of Rochester. I took one look at the library and said, "That looks like a great place to learn." Additionally, the Eastman School of Music was not far away. The last year there was the 73-74 school year. I was thinking of graduating early and starting college in the winter term. Chapter 24, Yom Kippur War. Everything changed on one day. Israel was attacked on Yom Kippur, and that really struck me to the core. They really did pick on us again. I dropped all my plans and volunteered to work in Israel for the year. I had no idea then how much that would change the course of my life. Chapter 25, Testimony. My mother gave testimony on videotape in the early 80s, which can be found in the Sterling Library at Yale University and in Yad Vashem. It is available for viewing on YouTube. It is entitled Helen K. Edited Testimony, HVT-8035. I strongly recommend everybody to view this. I have included the actual audio clip here, word for word.
I come from Warsaw. I lived in Warsaw and I was born there. I come from a family, I had 3 brothers, and I was the only girl. My parents lived in Warsaw all their life. They had 4 children, and I guess by the time we really realized what's going to happen, it was too late. We couldn't leave. So we were caught like millions of others.
Were you afraid?
I was very afraid. I remember I was very afraid.
What did you think about?
The unknown frightened me. I remember that I was just petrified. And this is what happened in Warsaw. They didn't, the Germans came in, the whole Poland fell except for Warsaw. In Warsaw, they decided to take a stand. So at night, they shelled the heavy artillery, and then in the daytime, they had the bombs flying all over. It was just, Warsaw was very, very destroyed. But somehow we managed, we were hiding in the basement, and a lot of people got killed. And I think they fought over Warsaw like 3 weeks. Not quite, maybe 3 weeks, and they bombed the border, and there was no electricity, there was no gas, and then the Germans came in. After the initial, attack, then we didn't have any water, so we drank the water from the Wisla. I don't know, there was the river. We took the water out, and they were throwing in dead bodies and horses. There was a typhus epidemic, and I remember my father got very sick, and my brother. They were very, very ill. They had a typhus. The conditions were terrible, but slowly, the Germans really, people don't realize, they really did use psychological catchphrases so we didn't realize what was going on or what's going to happen. But in the beginning, they organized the ghetto. and they pushed all the people from the small little towns. They pushed us in about, I don't know how many square blocks, and they built walls around the Warsaw Ghetto.
You watched them build the walls?
Oh, I watched them build the walls, and we watched, you know, and we didn't have no choice. At that time, it was already too late. But my two older brothers, you know, they were very young, and they were very impetuous, and they just couldn't cope with the Germans. Like, you know, when you walked on the sidewalk and a German walked by, you had to walk down. You couldn't walk on the same side. And they attacked you without provocation. And they just said, I'm not going to take this. I'm not going to let anybody spit on me and abuse me. And I'm sure you know, as other people have told you, that Poland divided in two. The Russian took half of Poland, and the Germany took half. So my brothers decided that they're going to go over on the Russian side, and they left.
Why did they make that decision?
They made the decision because they felt that they wouldn't be able to, they wouldn't do what they didn't want to be humiliated. They couldn't stand it. They were very young people, and you know, people when they were rebellious, and I said, I'm going to spit back, or I'm going to hit them back. I'm not going to take this. So we had a family conference, and my parents decided that maybe it would be better if my two older brothers leave. When the Germans started to attack Russia, a lot of people went back to Russia, went deep into Russia, and they didn't. I don't know why they didn't. So they stayed. Maybe they wanted to come back and reunite with the family or whatever. And then the Germans took over, and they had to dig their own graves, and they got killed.
And maybe they wanted to come back and be close to you.
Yes, I have the feeling that they did. And I wish they wouldn't. I wish they would have gone back, because a lot of people did survive in Russia.
What was happening to you?
To me, I was a very, very mature, very sheltered little girl. And when the war broke out, I grew up overnight. I just really did. My parents were not even 40 years old. My mother, my father. They were young people. And my father went out one day to the drugstore to get some medicine, and never came back.
You never came back?
You know, the Germans went out. There were always trucks around, and they picked up people, and there was a blockade. He called it like a blockade. So he went out to the drugstore, and he never came back.
He went out in the ghetto?
In the ghetto. It was quiet, you know. When we knew that the Germans are coming, we didn't go out on the streets, but nothing was happening. And the drugstore was like from here to the end of the building.
Did anybody see him?
No, he never came back, so we assumed that, you know, there was a lot of people. They were catching people like a dog catcher. You know, when a dog catcher goes out and catches dogs, anybody they saw on the street, they picked up. So my father was picked up.
But you don't know, you didn't...
Oh, we know he was
No,
picked
but,
up.
did anyone witness it?
So yeah, the people told us that he went out and he never came back. And then my mother and my younger brother was left with myself. And my mother was very dependent on my father. She really was, and she went to pieces when they took him away. She didn't care. She really didn't care if she lived or no. So I really had to watch over her because she kind of like resigned. You know, there was a curfew and you couldn't go out, and she didn't care. She really wanted to die. But somehow I was able to, you know, to watch over her. And then we needed papers, working papers. I remember I went over to a German and I said to him, I'll give you a dime a drink. Give me papers for my mother. A girl of 15, who would dare do that? I did. And he did give me the papers. And he did buy a little time for them, you know. Without papers, you just didn't have a chance. Wherever I went, I saw people laying on the streets dying. Like you see the kids in Cambodia now. You see, that's when I look at those pictures, I get such a pain. Wherever you saw just agony and pain. Some of the Polish, there was the AK, the Polish resistance to the Germans. They were trying to bring in some ammunition. You had to pay it in gold. So people got together and we got gold piece, whatever we got, and we paid. But it was nothing, very little came in. Some of them were honest, some of them were not honest. You had to pay in advance, and they said to him, look, we're going to deliver you 20 rifles or 20 revolvers. And you gave him the gold, and some of them came in and some of them didn't. It was just that we were at their mercy. And with the food, the same thing.
You said they smuggled it in through the sewers.
Yeah.
Were these sewers large enough for people to...
Well, it wasn't that large enough, but you know, you managed. You were able to bring some stuff in. Some people were hiding themselves in the sewers too, because later on, when the Germans really set up, this is 1943, I was living in the ghetto till 1943, May 10th, you know, when the Jewish Warsaw uprising was, I was taking out almost one of the last people from the Warsaw Ghetto.
Were you fighting with arms?
We were fighting, you know, what we did in the Warsaw Ghetto, which is, you know, a lot of people don't know, and they feel that we weren't really very passive. But if you want to look at history, and I'm sure you know enough, that countries like France or Belgium or Holland, they went, in a few days, the Germans came and took over. The Warsaw Ghetto was holding out for 4 weeks. Even Poland didn't hold out for 4 weeks. We were holding out for 4 weeks. The Germans were really afraid to come into the Warsaw Ghetto. What we did is when they came in with tanks, they decided to liquidate the Warsaw Ghetto. This was in 1943, Passover. And we all were prepared. The few people left up at that time was maybe, I would say, you know, in Poland we had 3 million Jews living. And in Warsaw, I would say maybe 1 million or maybe more. I'm not, you know, my memory is not that great, but I would say more than 1 million Jews lived in Warsaw. And by that time, were maybe 20,000 people left. When I'm talking 1942, maybe 30. And the Germans decided to liquidate the Warsaw Ghetto. And when they came into the Warsaw Ghetto, we didn't have much ammunition, so we threw them a lot of Molotov cocktails on the tanks. And a lot of Germans got killed. So what we did, we took away their ammunition. I was part of it somewhat, not that involved with it. I had all my energies to just keep my mother and my brother together, but I lived in the same house, so there was a lot going on, and we also had ammunition.
What did you see in your house? It was Mila 18, I understand.
You see, Mila 18, what happened is, in 1939, when they bombed Warsaw, this building was bombed, hollowed out in the middle. The bomb hit it in the middle. So the bunker was on the bottom, and we were hiding up on the 3rd floor, on the 4th floor. It was big, you know, Warsaw was a big city with big apartments. So what we did is we had to go up with a rope to pull ourselves up to hide there, but you couldn't get up there. It was completely, you know what, you understand what I'm saying.
Yes.
The middle building was all around the middle.
There were no stairs.
There was no stairs. So we had to, in the bunker, the resistance bunker was on Mila 18, and they were on the bottom, so we were very involved with it. They were all young people. You know, Mordechai Anilevich and the other bunch of people, they were all living there.
Where was your mother now?
This is another one which is very hard. You see, my mother was with me and my brother. One day, when the Germans came in, this was at the very end of the Warsaw Ghetto. I want you to know my mother wasn't even 40 years old. Neither was my father. But my mother was, the Germans were coming, and we had to pull ourselves up on that rope, I told you, in the building. And she couldn't make it, so she went into the bunker below with the resistance. It wasn't exactly, there were several bunkers. We didn't make big bunkers because we didn't want it. If the Germans will come in, we should have, not all the people should be caught. So we had like 5 different bunkers downstairs. And we were hiding upstairs, maybe 50, 60 people upstairs. My mother couldn't make the rope because the Germans were coming very rapidly. And she was hiding downstairs. And after they left, the Germans, I went to look for her, and she was gone. They came, you know, we were upstairs, I told you. They came with a fire truck. And with a ladder, they took us all down. So it was my brother, myself. At that time, I was married, my husband, and his sisters. We were all hiding there. Maybe 50 people, 40 people, 50 people.
This is all that was left?
And the bunker downstairs. Mordechai Anilevich, I guess a couple days later, he wrapped himself around in a Jewish flag and he was burned right on the ghetto. It was burning. Everything was burning. You couldn't stay there. They smoked us out. People had to get out from the houses. We couldn't hide. And then, not only on top of this, after the houses were burning, they came in and they demolished them. So even if you were hiding, the people got suffocated underneath.
You said you were married.
I got married in the ghetto.
Why?
My father, before he was taken away, he felt like I was very young. He wanted to protect me. You know, a lot of people got married in the ghetto. Amazingly, everybody got married because he felt, well, you're going to die anyway, might as well. You wanted to attach yourself to someone. You wanted to have some connections with somebody else. My father was afraid if something is going to happen to him, I should have someone to help me, to take care of him. So I married. I was 16 years old when I was married.
Did your father pick out the young man?
You know, he was interested. He came in to, my father had a grocery store, my husband had a bakery. So he came in and he knew me. And I would have never married under ordinary circumstances. I don't think it would ever happen. But my father felt, look, he was 10 years older than I am and he will take care of me. And we had it better because his father was in the bakery business. So, you know, people used to bring down mink colt diamond for a loaf of bread. So he had food, and my father felt that I'm going to be well taken care of if I marry him. So I was married in the ghetto. Sounds strange, but a lot of people marry in the ghetto. You'd be surprised, really. So I was with his family and my brother. We were together. My mother was taken a few days before, and then they took us all to Majdanek.
Your husband too?
My husband too. Myself. So, but when we went to Majdanek, this was just the most terrible. As much as I experienced bad things after, but they put us in cattle cars. And they pushed in, I don't know how many people, but they really wanted us to die. And we were in those wagons. I don't know how many people were there. But my brother died in my arms. My younger brother was... And my husband's two sisters. There was not enough oxygen for all those people. And they kept us in those wagons for days. They wanted us to die in the wagons. You know, the cattle cars with very little windows.
How old was your brother?
Maybe 13. He wasn't even by my side. So, you know, when my brother died in my arms, I said to myself, I'm gonna live. I must be the only one survivor from my family. I'm gonna live. I made up my mind that I'm gonna defy Hitler. I'm not gonna give in because he wants me to die. I'm gonna live. I'm gonna just be very, very strong. And I went to Majdanek. And this is the interesting story, because when I came to Majdanek, and I went to, they put me in a block with 500 other women. Somebody told me my mother's there. My mother was taken a few days before, as I told you. So I went to see her, and, you know, my mother was there. So it's like I lost her twice, really. But she was very, very lost. She was lost. She was very passive. She was very lost. And, you know, they gave you one portion of bread and one portion of soup for the day.
then my mother became very skinny, and she was very thin, and she was very, lost there.
So I used to bring my soup to her, and I just cut off a little piece of bread, and I said to her, somebody gave it to me, eat it. And I used to give it to her and run out, because if she would say to me, eat a little bit, I would eat. I was very hungry, but I felt that she needs it more than, I was younger. She needs it more than myself. So I used to give her the soup and run out, because I didn't want to be tempted that I should eat with her. And she was in the ghetto she was in the camp with me for about maybe 6 weeks, 2 months. Every few weeks they used to we select, have selections. And one day, just before they took me to Auschwitz, I walked down with her, and she went one way and I went the other way. And I had a friend which we were hiding out in the ghetto together. We were childhood friends for many, many years. She didn't let me. She pulled me back. I said, how can I let her go? And she said, Helen, you're not going to help her. You know where she's going. And I stayed. And then I went to Auschwitz. They sent us to Auschwitz. And I was the only one left from the whole family. My husband was separated from the beginning. The men went different. And my Danik, one of my husband's sister, was with me. And she was such a strong girl, a beautiful young woman, maybe 25, 26. And we slept on the same bunk, and she developed diarrhea. And she was very, very cold. And she only wanted me to lay next to her to warm her body, but she just didn't feel anything. She had very, I don't know what you call it, dysentery or something. It was just awful. I had to lay next to her because she was dying. And she said, Helen, please stay next to me, warm me. And she was the last one. She went too.
She died in the bed?
She lied in my arms, just like my brother did. It wasn't a bed, it was a bunk for 5 people.
Did it have a mattress? Or straw?
Straw. And she was laying there, and the smell was so awful. I was dying, but she was so scared. She was old, that's all. She was crying I should stay with her. So I did. I stayed till she became cold and stiff in my arms. I remember when I was in Auschwitz, and at the block where I was, there was a girl who had a baby. Would you believe it if I tell you this? She had a baby. We were able to hide this baby for months. We delivered the baby ourselves. I don't know.
Tell us about this.
I don't know. I really cannot. It's very hard. It's very hard to explain it to you. It's very hard to explain. We just did it. What we had to do, we did. Our aim was to defy Hitler, to do everything we can to live. Because when you lived, he wants us to die, and we didn't want to oblige him. This was our way of fighting back. In Auschwitz, the day started 4 o'clock in the morning. 4 o'clock in the morning, you had to go outside, stay 5 in a row. The block was 500 people in one block. And the Germans had a compulsion, and that's why they have such fantastic records. Had to be counted, every single prisoner, to be counted every single day.
By name or by number?
By number. Every block had so many people. They had to come and count you. We used to stay for hours. This is the way they wore us down. They wanted to wear us down. And we used to huddle our bodies together because, the bodies gave out some warmth. For hours we used to stay on those lapels. And then after this, the orchestra started to play and we went to work.
What do you mean the orchestra started?
Oh, we had an orchestra coming, and our orchestra coming or going to work, and our orchestra when we were left. You never heard of that?
What kind of music did they play?
German marches. We should march.
Do you remember them?
No, I don't remember them, but I know we had an orchestra leaving to work, and we had an orchestra coming home.
Who was the
prisoners? Some of whoever played the instrument had to, they had I would say about 10, 12 people in the orchestra, leaving in the morning and coming.
If you heard any of these marches now.
Oh, please. You know, I would certainly recognize it. I'm not a musical lover, but there's things you don't forget. Sometimes we snuck in a little bit of a Jewish melody too, some of the players. But I think a lot of them maybe were Jewish women who played.
They were Jewish melodies?
Some of them, you know, they sometimes snuck in. I remember we used to march. I remember one time we marched with the Germans, and when we marched, they were Germans with dogs, with the big. So if somebody runs away, the dogs was just terrible. Anyway, we used to sing. I remember, what did we used to sing? The Germans didn't know it's a Jewish song, but it had. They wanted only melodies which, like, you know, add itself to a rhythm of walking. So we a Hebrew song. I don't remember right now, but I remember we used to sing that song a lot when we were marching. Zug nicht stolz die Geist den letzten Weg, or some other songs. You know, they didn't know it was Jewish.
Can you sing them?
No, I'm not good with singing, but this was one of the songs, Zug nicht stolz die Geist den letzten Weg. Do you understand what it means?
No.
Don't tell no one that this is your last march. This is the partisan song. They were like 5 or 6 girls who were working the pulver, where they put actually the ammunition, you know, the what do you call the powder, into the grenade. So they were every day searched from head to toe naked. And when they were going into work and when they left work. But they were able to smuggle out some of the pulver.
How?
In the vagina, in the mouth. We were able to smuggle out some of the powder.
The powder was in something?
In a capsule, very small capsule, which we inserted into the grenade. So and then we gave it to the men, and we blew up one crematorium in Auschwitz. So I want you to know that it was in the camp, in the concentration camp, with Germans surrounded, with really the impossible. We did blow up one crematorium. When the Germans were looking to the ruins of the crematorium, they were able to find the shells, and they saw it was from our factory. And this was in 1944, at the very end of the war. You see, I was liberated in Auschwitz. I was liberated in 1945, in January 1945, by the Russians. So this was already, the war was going very bad for the Germans. And they took the 5 girls, or the 6 girls who were working in this ammunition factory, and they hung them. Those were all 18, 19, 20 years girls. One of them was, I told you, I slept with her in the same bunk. One sister was not working there, but the other one was. This was written up once in the Hadassah magazine. I had this article because I was carrying this story. It was so heavy with me. I just never got it out of my mind. It was so painful. And the whole camp had to watch. And they were hanging there for 3 days. You know, when I talk about it, I just have such pain. You know, sometimes at night, I lay and I can't believe what my eyes have seen. I really cannot believe it. You know, I was in Auschwitz. Whenever I got up in the morning, the lines were unbelievable. The kids used to come in, stay in line, waiting to be burned. Whenever I used to get up in the morning, I said, my God, how can God allow this? The kids were standing in line. They didn't know. You see, what they did, they showed, when you went into the crematorium, you saw our camp. So they saw that people are working, and they were, you know, like a camp going on. So when the people got off the train, what they saw our camp. The crematoriums were a little bit, you know, like around the corner. There were lines. Every day there were lines of people and of kids. They brought a transport from Hungary once. Such little kids, they were waiting there. I just wanted God should strike me dead. I couldn't bear. I have nightmares about those lines. after I was liberated, I was 2 years in a sanatorium. For 2 years after the war, can you imagine? So it like was 5 years out of my life. I was never young. There were some doctors, Russian doctors and Czechoslovakian doctors came in with the first, with the first front. And when I was examined, he said to me, under normal circumstances, I don't know how, it's impossible. It's just a medical miracle that you survived. But I told you, I really wanted to live. I said to myself, I want to live one day and be free. And one day after the war finished, then I don't care, because I really didn't care if I lived or died, because I knew that for my whole family, there's nobody going to be there.
Did you find your husband again?
Would you believe it, that my husband survived? So I put in, the Red Cross, I put in the paper my name, and I was looking for family. And he was looking for his brother. And somebody read it, and he wrote to his brother, and also he thought I'm his sister. And he got us together, and then Joe came. They didn't let him into France, and I was in the hospital, I told you, in a sanatorium. So he came to see me from Czechoslovakia, smuggled in to the border. They didn't, we were Staatenlos. We didn't have any passport. We didn't have any state. We didn't belong to anyone. Nobody wanted us. America didn't want nobody except for Israel, maybe. And also to Israel, you had to smuggle. You had to go on boats, and I wasn't in condition to do that.
What did you say when you first saw your husband again? What did you say to
Oh,
each other?
I don't know. It's, the man I married and the man he was after the war wasn't the same person. And I'm sure I was not the same person either when I was at 16. And later on, but somehow we had a need for each other, because he knew who I was. He was the only person who knew. You feel like you come from nothing, you are nothing, nobody knows you. It's a very strange feeling. You need some contact, some connection. And he was my connection. He knew who I was, and I knew who he was. And we stuck it out. We married, I don't know how many years. I don't know, maybe 35 or whatever. We had 2 children. And he's very different. He copes differently than I do. And we're here to tell you the story, which is, I don't know. I don't know if it was worth it. I don't know if it was worth it, because, when I was in concentration camp, and even after, I said to myself, after the war, people will learn, they will know, they will see, we will learn. But did we really learn anything? I don't know.
Chapter 26, Addendum. There was a child named Mordechai who was born to my parents in the Warsaw Ghetto, and who died of malnutrition not long thereafter. The husband of my mother's cousin Paula, whose name was Henrik Friedman, raised the alarm about Treblinka. It was decided to go down fighting. The conditions in the Warsaw Ghetto were dehumanizing and demoralizing to the point where the Jews had nothing to lose. Wasn't everything lost already? There was a point in the uprising that the Germans would not go into the ghetto. This was surprising, given that the Germans were well armed and the Jews, for the most part, were unarmed. The Germans were so afraid to go into the ghetto to round up the remaining Jews because they had encountered an amazing and unexpected resistance. Smuggling of food and petrol took place through the sewers and was done by very young boys. The Nazis decided to bomb the ghetto, and this they did to the point where everything was ablaze. Even the people who were hiding underground were overcome by the intense heat, and many died by asphyxiation, for the fires of the burning ghetto consumed almost all of the oxygen. From the ghetto, they were taken to Majdanek, not far from the city of Lublin. There it was discovered that my grandmother Rivka was alive, but she was very sick. My father had saved a pearl ring that was an heirloom in the family for many years, perhaps centuries. He bribed a Nazi guard to count my grandmother for the daily counting because she was too sick to work. This arrangement worked for a couple of weeks until the soldier was ordered to the Russian front. Grandmother Rivka was selected for liquidation soon thereafter. She was gassed and she was cremated in the crematorium in Majdanek. On a recent visit, I obtained a piece of that oven. There are still remnants of ash in the oven. From Majdanek, my father was sent to many labor camps, and my mother was taken to Auschwitz. Chapter 27, Israel, 1974. As previously mentioned, I had all kinds of grandiose college and music plans during the last year of high school. I was planning to graduate early and start in the University of Rochester in January of 1974. Those plans changed abruptly when the State of Israel was attacked in October 1973 on the day of Yom Kippur, the holiest day of the Jewish year. Instead of going to college, I did a quick about-face and got myself placement as a volunteer on a kibbutz. I flew to Israel that January. It was the winter of '74, and I was visiting the Friedman family in Karkur, Israel. The family was Shlomo, Tova his wife, and their 3 sons. Shlomo was the brother of Paula's first husband, Henrik, who was a key figure in the Jewish resistance to the Nazis in Poland. Karkur is a small community which is located not far from Pardes Chana and Hadera. The residents of the town are mostly engaged in agriculture. The Friedmans had some acres of land upon which they cultivated oranges, lemons, nectarines, and avocado, to name but a few. They invited me to stay with them for a week before I went to the kibbutz. I was quite happy to oblige. They are truly hospitable people. It was in the aftermath of the Yom Kippur War, and my cousins and their friends, who had been on active duty, had just come home from the front. It was quite an experience for me to hear personally from them about the battles they were engaged in. A friend of my cousin, who was a tankist, told of the decisive tank battle in the Sinai Desert, in which they surrounded the entire Egyptian Third Army. It is a battle which is studied today in military colleges around the world, including West Point. When the visit was over, I thanked them and bade them farewell. My uncle, Shlomo Friedman, took me to a bus stop where a lot of young soldiers my age were standing around, waiting. Finally, a military bus came along. Under normal circumstances, I would not have been allowed on that transport. My uncle had a word with the driver, who then told me in perfect English to get your ass inside. The bus was taking soldiers to the Golan Heights. where despite the technical end of the war, hostilities had not ceased. Israel was in the middle of a war of attrition. Every day or two, another soldier would be picked off by the Syrians. It made me wonder, how many of those on the bus with me would be coming back home? I walked onto the kibbutz, not far from the Golan, about 5 kilometers, and then met the man who managed volunteers. I got my housing assignment and a laundry bag with work clothes. Stopped in at the medical office and went to lunch. I tried on some uncomfortable used boots, and in less than 2 hours, I was picking oranges for the first time. I met my roommates, or more correctly, shack mates, and went off to dinner in the communal cafeteria dining room. Some more Americans had just arrived, and the conversation was lively. The sky was full of stars, and the air was downright cold. I was given the job of filling up the kerosene bottle for the heater, which I did, and then collapsed into a rickety cot, or whatever it was that they called a bed. At 3:30 in the morning, we were roused from our sleep to perform a special mission. Trucks were on the way from the local slaughterhouse in Kiryat Shmona. Our task was to load thousands of chickens into boxes and then load them onto the waiting trucks. All of this had to be done by 7 o'clock. I had never carried a live chicken before. Now I was taking 6 at a time and handing them off to the guy who stuffed them into the crates. Shortly after sunrise, we went to breakfast, and then off to the next work assignment. This time, it was the job of picking oranges. 10 o'clock break, back to picking till lunch. Tractor to dining room, after lunch, more oranges till dinner, which was a real feast for the tired and hungry. Work continued day after day. I was getting into the routine. Then, always when things started to go smoothly, something would happen. A Syrian MiG fighter jet would cross over into our airspace, and Israeli phantoms would come, seemingly out of nowhere, to drive them away. I remember a Phantom jet dropping its wing fuel tanks in order to lighten its load and pursue a MiG. The fuel tank exploded in a field, sending a big plume of smoke into the air. The MiG exploded elsewhere. Tanks routinely passed us by as they made their way up and down the Golan Heights. There were a limited number of tanks available to the Army, and they were constantly balancing numbers in the Sinai and the Golan, and at the repair depots. We were located next to a tiny airfield. From the cafeteria, we had a perfect view of the runway. Helicopters came in every day. Once, during lunch break, we watched in horror as outgoing and incoming choppers got tangled in midair over the runway. The pilots were obviously looking in different directions. The choppers exploded into a large black cloud. All aboard were killed. I think it was 2 pilots, 5 servicemen, and 8 medical personnel. The English-speaking volunteers were approached by a man from the Ministry of Education in Jerusalem. The proposal was for us to tutor local school children in English. We agreed, and we did our best. But it was not a successful venture, as our command of the Hebrew language was quite poor. During the summer, children from that town went on a class trip, and many were murdered by suicide terrorists in Ma'alot, close to the border of Lebanon. A lot of the volunteers left, and some were asked to leave. I had my own shack not far from the road. It was also close to the restroom. The living quarters were not equipped with private bathrooms. You had to go outside and walk to the bathroom, which for some was 5 or 10 minutes away. I considered myself fortunate in that regard. On the eve of the Passover holiday, the Syrians managed to take over the summit of Mount Hermon. Israel scrambled to get its tanks up there from the Sinai. There were not enough transport trucks to do the job, and they were in a big rush to get the tanks up there. It was decided to send the tanks, as they were, rolling right down the road next to me. It was only 15 to 20 meters from the shack I was living in. Everything shook. When the tanks passed, the road was totally torn up. Israel did succeed in driving the Syrians from the summit of Mount Hermon, and as far as I know, the Syrians haven't been back there since. There were social events and sports, etc. One night a week, there were movies. One day a week, the volunteers could get something from the canteen. I would buy a chocolate bar, and I would take it to the movie, which was always shown in the dining room. I'd place the candy bar on the table in front of me, and the girls would often inquire if the seat next to me was taken. Henry Kissinger came around every now and again. It seemed that each time he would come, there was a state of alert, and work was suspended. Then we had to go into the bomb shelters. The shacks that they gave us to live in were not 5-star accommodations for sure, but the shelters were the pits, literally and figuratively. They were underground structures accessed by a steep staircase that took one under the earth. There were air vents. We presumed that they were placed there so that one could breathe. Despite the ventilation system, the air was really bad down there. When the order came to go into the shelters, we went down. We started to complain about the conditions, and so it was agreed that we could stay in the area upstairs. There was a lawn just outside the doors of the shelter, so that if anything started up, we could take cover in seconds rather than minutes. Fortunately, nothing happened that day. It was nice weather too. In the end, it was a pleasant day off. There was a man from a border town who was doing some horseback riding, and the horse stepped on a mine. That was bad news. There were border incursions from Lebanon which occurred pretty often. We could hear Israeli artillery from the front, which was at that time about 40 kilometers away. You could hear and feel the thud of the artillery at that distance. Many of the kibbutz members and their wives were armed. There was one man who lived on the kibbutz, and he was a general in the army. He hardly ever was home, but everybody knew when he was. He had a special car, a Jeep with special military plates. His wife was an immigrant from the Soviet Union. She used to teach the volunteers to speak Hebrew. She had a baby, who she pushed around in a little baby carriage. Lying across the bed of the carriage, within easy reach, was Mother's very own M16 rifle. That lady cut quite an imposing figure. It was an experience that prepared me for later experiences. On the kibbutz, one is exposed to a strong work ethic, and there is no shortage of work to be done. There is a strong ethic of self-sacrifice, of doing for others, because everything is done for the sake of the community. The kibbutzniks, as they are called, are proud of the fact that they produce more goods and services per capita than most other sectors of Israeli society. At least that was the case in those days. Their soldiers have fallen on the battlefield in defense of the state of Israel in higher numbers than any other sector. Quite often, it is they who are the volunteers for the most dangerous missions. With the exception of the religious kibbutzim, the average kibbutz is not considered to be a religious institution. It is important for me to point out, though, that my experience of the kibbutz was that of being surrounded by people who were, as I was, fiercely proud to be Jewish. I was sad to leave, but my friends among the kibbutz members assured me that I would be back one day. It would only be a temporary absence. On my way back to the United States, I took the bus south to Tel Aviv. As I entered the central bus station, a real hustle-bustle place, I saw an elderly Hasidic man walking on the bus platform. A young businessman with a briefcase came running out of a bus and dashed for an open door some meters away. In his haste, he bowled over the old man. I rushed at once to offer assistance. The businessman slowed a bit and turned his head to see what he'd done. Shockingly, without a word, he just kept on going, didn't apologize or anything. I went over to the old man, who managed to pick himself up. He assured me that it was nothing, but I felt my heart go out to him somehow. He was not upset. He was actually forgiving of the man who had just knocked him over. This was crystal clear to me by the words that he used and his attitude. He had absolutely no ill will toward the guy that did that to him. The old man shrugged it off. With his shrug, something moved inside me. It was not perceivable, but I could feel it. I wasn't sure what it was, but there was something special about this man who had just been so arrogantly knocked over and dismissed as if he was nothing. He too was proud to be a Jew, but the way he expressed it was something I had never seen before. In a word, I would call it impressive. I continued on my way back home. In more ways than I realized, I truly was on my way home. I think that I came back to the States the day that Nixon resigned. Chapter 28, Return. There was no doubt about it. The trip to Israel had been a life changer for me. There was something different in my life. A fundamental change had occurred in me. I did not want to do the same things that my friends had always wanted to do. I felt that they had not grown at all since I left. I felt that I had grown. I wished to continue that growth, and there was no turning back. The change was in me and not in anyone else. My attitude towards being Jewish was going through a change every day. Strange, perhaps, that on the kibbutz I felt more like an American, but in America I began to identify much more strongly as a Jew. I wanted to experience being Jewish for its own sake. I realized that I should participate in more Jewish activities, to do more Jewish activities. The first steps towards Jewish religious observance were already being taken by me. Only a short time remained until I would leave my parents' home for the University of Rochester. I packed up the items I felt I would need in the new school. Before zipping up the suitcase, I took a quick look around the bedroom, checking to see if there was anything that I forgot to pack. for a split second, something on the top shelf of the closet caught my attention. I went to my closet and took down the bag of tefillin that was given to me at my bar mitzvah. It had been lying there, unused for years. I packed it into the suitcase. My parents took me to Rochester, New York, and accompanied me to my dormitory room. I started to unpack my suitcase, and my father spotted the tefillin. He said in a very emotional voice, "I see you brought the tefillin." It was a voice that was happy, and there were tears in his eyes. He saw clearly that I was embarking on a new life, and he hugged me warmly and wished me much success. Later, he sang me a song in Yiddish about a man who was traveling and took his tefillin with him everywhere he went. Chapter 29, University. As mentioned earlier, the library at the University of Rochester appealed to me. There were many books to be found there. More importantly, though, I sensed that in that place there were some very intelligent people. These were people that I could learn from. It would be an opportunity well worth taking. I started to explore Judaism in that library. I found the section with the collection of Jewish books. I thought that it was important to contact Jewish people in the area, and so I scoured the phone book for the addresses of local synagogues and inquired about Jewish activities at the university. Famous lecturers came to the university regularly, sometimes more than once a week. It was a stimulating and rewarding opportunity to listen to and meet famous writers and scientists and world leaders. I would search the bulletin boards every day to see which new lecturers would be arriving that week. The bulletin board with the signs for the lectures of the famous people was typically covered with beautifully painted silkscreen signs produced by the university printer. One day, a sign caught my eye. It was the most ridiculous-looking sign I think I've ever seen. It stuck out like a sore thumb, since it was placed next to all of those beautiful signs. Scribbled on a piece of notebook paper, in what seemed to be the handwriting of a 5-year-old kid, it announced a lecture on the topic of the secrets of Jewish mysticism, Kabbalah, and the Zohar. In the top corner of this cute little advertisement was displayed the picture of a bearded rabbi wearing a black hat named Rabbi Nosson Gurari. It was really quite absurd when compared to the other signs on the board. It appeared to be a joke. I figured that if it is a joke, so I'll just go and have a good laugh. On the other hand, maybe he does have something to say. So I decided to go. It was definitely worth my while. I will discuss it more later. I learned some very profound things from that rabbi. It is quite incredible to think of the effect that he had on my life. Chapter 30, Gila. During this period of time, I happened to be walking around on the campus. I was kind of new there. No friends, nothing special to do. A bit lonely. The weather was beginning to get cold. She was walking near me. I said hi, and she said hi. We chit-chatted for about half a minute. We went into the same building. She went her way, I went mine. The next time, it turned out that we just bumped into each other again. And we chit-chatted a little longer. And the next time, longer still. Before I could get my bearings, I didn't want to think of or talk to anyone else. Anyone else refers to the whole world. She became my world. We fell in love. I can tell you it was the most wonderful feeling, and I would wish the entire world to be blessed with it. As time went on, I knew that I would want to spend my life with her. I hoped that she felt the same. It seems that she did. Chapter 31, Kabbalah. Earlier, I related the story about the ridiculous sign that graced a bulletin board in the University of Rochester. I will now relate more fully the story of what happened there. Upon seeing that notice of the lecture on the secrets of Jewish mysticism, Kabbalah, and the Zohar, I thought that I would just go take a look and see what this man had to say. It certainly looked like a joke to me, and so I said to myself, if it is a joke, I'll laugh. If it is something worthwhile, I'll find out. There is no way to know if I don't go. I went. There were two guys sitting next to me there, and they had come specifically to poke fun and ridicule. One was Jewish and the other not. The Jewish one started asking questions, clearly intending to embarrass the rabbi. The rabbi was talking about many far out and exotic ideas. He asked the audience if they thought that these were Jewish concepts, or if we thought otherwise. Some of the wild ideas that he was mentioning, such as reincarnation and soul transmigration, to my great surprise, he claimed, were in the Jewish tradition for thousands of years. He was able to explain them beautifully. He was prepared with all the sources, not only the esoteric, but the mundane as well. The main topic that he spoke about was the purpose of life. He brilliantly outlined the purpose of life as the service of the Creator. This is accomplished by doing mitzvahs. Period. I thought that this was definitely worthwhile to hear, and I was tremendously happy that I had made this decision to come to that lecture. My reflection on this was not to last for long. The Jewish heckler began to attack the rabbi with a new intensity. The rabbi disarmed him by speaking in a gentle voice. He began to speak slowly, quietly, deliberately, and calmly. You know my name because it's on the sign next to my picture. That's not so fair, you see, because I don't know your name. What is your name? The young heckler answered, Al. No, 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 said the rabbi, in the manner of a kind father. Not that name. I mean, what is your real name? What is your Jewish name? In a weak voice, the youth answered, Avraham. The room stood still. No one took a breath. All were waiting to see what would happen next. To me, it seemed that the rabbi had just erected a brick wall between the young Avraham and his friend. Within seconds, the friend stood up, walked to the door, and exited the room. He slammed the door shut with a loud bang. From the hallway outside, we on the inside could hear a 3-second scream escape from his throat, almost like the scream of a slaughtered animal. This was powerful stuff. The rabbi continued with his lecture. Avraham sat quietly like a mouse in his seat. I had not seen anything like this before. Chapter 32, Searching. I was exploring Judaism at this time, going to lectures, activities, services, different synagogues, etc. I was really not very observant at all in the initial stages of the search. However, whatever small steps I was taking in my observance were very important to me. I took on practices very gradually over a period of several years. I liked the minyan, or prayer quorum, at the university. There were students there who were from observant families, and it was a good way for me to get acquainted with religious people and see how they practice Judaism in real life. There was a difficulty in relating to them. When I asked genuine questions about religious practice, the response that I would inevitably receive was, "Don't even ask," or "Better you shouldn't know," or "Once you know, you have to do. Then it's too late." In some ways, the way that I was practicing Judaism was silly, because it was based more on vague feelings of what is the Jewish practice rather than knowledge of the accepted practices based on sources learned from teachers. However, when attempting to find out what the real practice was, I would be rebuffed. I was stuck. Stuck, but not about to quit. In Judaism, the Masorah, or tradition, is very important. Jewish practices are performed in a continuum, an unbroken chain from Mount Sinai until our present time. At first, I would pray on the Sabbath, going to a synagogue if possible, and I would just say the prayers that I knew from my childhood years. I went to every synagogue listed in the Rochester phone book. It didn't matter if they were Orthodox, Conservative, or Reform. I looked them all up and I went to every one of them. I tended to appreciate the Orthodox more because of the greater emphasis on participation. The Conservative and Reform services were more like a show put on by the rabbis. On a Shabbos, during the summer vacation, I went to the university minyan, and a man there invited me to his house to eat the Sabbath daytime meal. I accepted his invite, and we walked to his house, a reasonable distance away. When I asked how long the meal would be, he told me that we should be finished by 1 o'clock in the afternoon. As it turned out, I did not leave their house until 2 o'clock in the morning. I greatly appreciated these people, who were Lubavitcher Hasidim, because they were actually happy when I would ask questions about Judaism. It was as if they existed for the sole purpose of answering my questions. The Secrets Rabbi, Rabbi Gurari, who lived in Buffalo, New York, would come to Rochester to teach Torah twice a month. There was another rabbi, Rabbi Greenberg, who was his partner. They began to alternate these visits to Rochester, so I met them both. They were really quite an effective pair. What they were teaching made a lot of sense to me, and it was always relevant and down to earth. There was no comparing these two rabbis with any other rabbis in my experience. They said that this was all from the Torah, which every Jew should study every day. It was also strongly encouraged to keep asking questions. If you don't ask, then you don't learn. If you read something that was said by even the greatest of all scholars, Don't accept it at face value. Go over what you learn until it makes sense to you and is crystal clear. It is critical to know what it is that you know, and equally as imperative to know what it is that you don't know. Their words were music to my ears. They in turn had a rabbi, whom they called the Rebbe, and they claimed that he was a truly great and righteous man. My father had told me about the wise and righteous men who would teach the Torah in Warsaw to overflowing crowds. These rabbis said that their rabbi was such a man. It was such a happy environment. I ate up the food and the atmosphere. Chapter 33, The Car. I was taking my religious development very gradually. I was acutely aware that there was much more room for growth on my part. The practices that I kept, though, were of chronic importance to me. The Shabbos was so wonderful, and it had passed so quickly. Now it was 2 a.m. I left the house inspired, ready to walk back to my car. One of the other guests asked if I wanted a ride home. I politely declined, replying, "No thanks, it's not necessary. I can walk home." Earlier, the people had listened to my story about my running the Boston Marathon. So he said, "I know that you have strong legs, but it is very late." He offered again to drive me home. I shrugged my shoulders, and he said that he would take me to wherever I wanted to go. I got into his car and directed him to the parking lot on campus across from the chapel building where the minyan prayed. He pulled up alongside my car. I was not sure what to say, and for his part, he said nothing. He was not stupid. He was not naive. He knew that I knew that he knew that I drove there on Shabbos. We had discussed many things on this Shabbos, and it was clear to him that I understood that operation of motor vehicles is considered to be a violation of the Shabbos. Still, he said nothing. I thanked him and left his car. Inside my car, I pulled the keys out of my pocket and stuck them into the ignition. Before turning the key, I spoke to the car, saying, "I am not going to drive you again on Shabbos." That was another major lesson that I learned. In general, the better the teacher, the fewer words he has to use to convey the message. In this specific case, however, the message was conveyed wordlessly. Think about it. Chapter 34, The Letter. My parents went to New York City for a day trip. When they came home, my father removed everything from the pockets of his jacket and then went to the hallway closet to hang it up. While my father was out of the room, I looked at the items that he had placed onto the table where I happened to be sitting. There was one piece of paper that he took out of his pocket that was immediately of great interest to me. When my father returned from the hallway, I inquired as to where this paper came from. He told me that he and my mother were in New York City, and while they were there, they went to Central Park. He told me that there was a big truck there with young Hasidic guys who asked him to put on tefillin. He went into the truck to put on the tefillin, and they gave him the paper. He put it in his pocket, and that is how it came to our kitchen table. The paper was folded into 3 sections, and It displayed a picture of the Lubavitcher Rebbe on the front. The message was clear. It stated that the Rebbe directs every single Jew, wherever he or she may be, to do these mitzvahs. He listed the mitzvah of tefillin and Torah study and tzedakah, as well as lighting of Shabbos candles, kashrut, family purity, and Avos Yisrael, in addition to others. As far as the Jewish religious world was concerned, this was an unbelievably radical and revolutionary program for a rabbi to embark upon, much less for Jews to follow. After all, we were in the aftermath of the Holocaust. We were supposed to be dead, remember? The last thing that Jews should be doing is to attract attention. The Rebbe saw things a bit differently, suffice it to say. He unapologetically proclaimed in a loud voice, "Es is gut zu sein a Yid," the mantra, the slogan, the music to my ears that my father would often repeat. Here was a religious man who says that Jewish shame is out, Jewish pride is in, lowering your head is out, raising it up high is in, assimilation is out, and now Jewish unity is in. The weak among us will be strengthened, and the strong will be strengthened further still. The unlearned shall learn and become wise. The wise will become even more wise, and in a more profound way. It was absolutely amazing. The Rebbe's message said all this to me and more. It said much, much more. In addition to all of this mitzvah observance, the world would become a holy place for God Almighty to take up residence in. This would ultimately be of great benefit to humanity as a whole. All are to be included. This was a very strong message indeed. These mivtzoyim, or mitzvah campaigns, as they were called, became very popular. True, some ridiculed Lubavitch for this at first, but Jews of all types, colors, and stripes began to coalesce around these efforts at strengthening Jewish pride and observance. As I held that brochure in my hand, I knew that I wanted to be a part of this magnificent Jewish undertaking, and I knew that it was the right thing for me to do. From then on, when I would be asked, "What do you want to do with your life?" I would answer the question with a single word: mitzvahs. Chapter 35, The Rebbe. I went to a convention of university students in Brooklyn and had a chance to see the Rebbe up close. He was Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, the Lubavitcher Rebbe. It was true. He was an extraordinary human being. I was in the shul where the Rebbe was praying, and the place was absolutely packed, to the point where it was not possible to move. When the prayers were over, the Rebbe turned to leave the hall and returned to his office upstairs. The packed crowd instantly split down the middle, leaving the Rebbe a wide path. Shortly after that experience, I told my father that I had been to Brooklyn and that I had actually seen the Lubavitcher Rebbe. He asked me if I saw the crowd splitting when the Rebbe passed, and I told him that yes, indeed, I most certainly did. He looked at me with a look that I had never seen on his face before. It was a look that simply transcended time and place. He was not here, now, in this time, and he was not here, in Connecticut, where we were actually physically standing. But he was elsewhere. He just smiled a big smile and said, "Isn't that something?" Chapter 36, Advice. I was starting to become much more religious and went to visit the rabbis in Buffalo on several occasions. I would generally go with a group of friends, and Gila would be with us as well. By this time, I was not doing very well in school. I was much more involved in other activities than I was in studying for the classes I was enrolled in. I continued to experience visual difficulties, as always. My mother, sensing the respect that I had for the rabbis, urged me to go and speak to them about whether or not I should continue to study in university. Talk to the rabbi and see what advice he will give you. The difficulty with the visual impairment was mentioned, and the rabbi asked me if there was anyone else in the family that suffered from this condition. I answered that there was no one in my family that suffered from this, but that it wouldn't be something genetic because I was adopted at birth. Hearing this, the rabbi sat up and asked if there was anything else on my mind. I spoke to the rabbi about the idea of marriage. He raised his eyebrows and gave me a He had noticed that a young lady was traveling with us to Buffalo. He gestured in her direction. With a nod of my head, it was affirmed that, yes, we were now talking about a marriage between Gila and myself. The rabbi told me that since I was an adopted child, and especially since I did not know what the religious status of my birth parents was, it would not be correct for me to marry her until I knew for sure that I was Jewish. I really had no idea about how to go about finding out if I was Jewish for sure. I asked the rabbi, who told me that it was not his job. He was neither detective nor lawyer, so I was on my own. Chapter 37, The Judge. Well, I got lucky. The Connecticut State Legislature had just passed an enactment which adjusted the old adoption law. In 1978, the law was changed to allow the adopted child some kind of information about his origins, as long as there was no positive identification involved. I traveled to Hartford, Connecticut, and sought an audience with the Honorable Judge of Probate. He denied me a meeting, or more accurately, he just totally ignored me. However, an Orthodox Jewish man who worked in the office noticed me there, and he asked me what it was that I wanted. I told him. He let me know that he was very friendly with His Honor and would talk to him. I met with the judge an hour later. His Honor was not very helpful or understanding. He had his own point of view on these matters. Nevertheless, I insisted that the information requested was now my legal right to access. He could not argue that point, for it was now the law. A week later, I received a letter in the mail. It was from the judge of the probate court in Hartford, Connecticut. It stated that I was of Anglo-Saxon ancestry and that I was not Jewish. When I read the letter to my rabbi, he exclaimed in joy that this was the best thing that could have happened to me. If I wanted, I could be a good Gentile. I could do all kinds of good deeds, although I could not do the good deeds called mitzvahs, which are the sole province of the Jewish people. If I wanted, I could convert to become Jewish. I told him to convert me. He informed me at that point that performing conversions was not his job. I would have to appeal to someone higher up the ladder if I wanted to convert. So, I turned to the Beis Din, the Jewish rabbinical court that decides such matters. Chapter 38, the Dayan. My rabbi spoke with the rabbi of the rabbinical court in Toronto, Canada. He was a man well known and highly respected. After some time on the phone with him, they allowed me to talk to the rabbinical judge. Now he started asking me why on earth I would want to be a Jew, and kept on giving me the "you could be a good Gentile" business that I had heard from all of the rabbis lately. He told me that I didn't have to be Jewish or to visit the sick, to give charity to the poor, and even to pray. He asked me if I knew how to read Hebrew. I replied in the affirmative, and he told me that I could say all the blessings in the prayer book. To that I had a ready query. If I can say all the prayers in the Siddur, as the Jewish prayer book is called, then would the blessing, "who has not made me a Gentile," be included also? He replied in the negative that no, that would not be permitted for obvious reasons. I told him that I had tefillin, which I wore every weekday, and all the doors on my house that required a mezuzah had mezuzahs on them. I told him that I had people coming to my apartment on Shabbos and that I made kiddush for them. He told me that I was not allowed to make kiddush at all, not even for myself. I was not allowed even to touch the wine. Upon hearing this, I countered, "But what if the wine is mevushal?" He was shocked, and I could hear it in his voice when he asked me, "You know about mevushal?" I told him I had good teachers. He told me that I was not allowed to keep the Shabbos at all, and to make sure that I didn't, he told me to specifically break the Shabbos at least once on each Shabbos, since I was not Jewish. He told me that he was done talking to me. I wanted to know when I would be accepted by the court for conversion to Judaism. He told me to think about it and to call the next week. I kept pushing and said that I could call the next day if he wanted. I kept on calling each day for a week. He would always push me off, telling me to call back the next day. Finally, I told him, "Look, I'm serious. How long is this going to go on?" He told me to call him the next day, and perhaps we would talk about a meeting. I called him at home as instructed, and was told that he was not there. He was at the yeshiva. Then I called the yeshiva, where I got the response that, "Oh no, he's not here. He's at home." I called his home and asked for the rabbi. For a long time, the line was quiet. And then a lady came on the line. I presume it was the rabbi's wife. So I told her, "I would like to speak to the rabbi, please. And before you tell me that he is not there, let me remind you that it says in the Torah that you should keep yourself far from a false thing." The next thing I knew, I was talking to the rabbi, who set up an appointment for the coming Sunday morning. I sat facing three gentlemen, the rabbinical judges. The head of the rabbinical court, or Beis Din, asked me again, if I really wanted to become Jewish. I am here. I came here to convert, was my reply. He persisted with the "you could be a good Gentile" business. Then he looked at me, and he looked at the other two judges, and he turned the full power of his gaze right back at me and asked simply, "What do you want?" Now I looked them all full in the eyes and stated deliberately, "I want Taryag mitzvahs, 613 mitzvahs." Hearing this, the second judge seemed to almost jump out of his seat and turned to the head judge and said, "Give it to him. That's it." The head judge turned to me and said, "Okay, but remember, you asked for it." After the conversion, I returned to Rochester, New York. After another 3 months, Gila and I were married. End of Book 1.